organizers, Dr. Miguel Ceballos also, and Jessica Hansen from Lund University in Sweden. Thank you very much. I also wanted to recognize a few others also, especially the state system at Center City, who provided this space to host the event this year. I think it's fantastic. It's better than I even expected. So in particular, I wanted to thank Diane, Kia, Marcy, and Lamech. And Lamech will be around too. If you have any questions about the building or the layout, IT, anything like that, you can talk to him. I don't see him, but he was probably at the front desk when you came in. Also, just a few things about the logistics here. If you didn't get a program, they're up there at that table. So that will be, of course, your guide. The schedule starts on page 2, so you can see that there. The room numbers for the breakout sessions are not on this schedule, but there are several signs around, so you can see where you need to go. The numbers for the breakouts will correspond to the numbers in the program, starting on page 4. So look for that. That's how you can kind of figure that out. There are signs on the rooms as well as on some of the poles there. And what else? There's also a limited number of restaurant guides over there. So if you're planning to go out for lunch halfway through our event, and there we go. There's some suggestions over there. There's a map on the back. But we don't have a ton of them. So if you don't need to take it with you, then please leave some. And what else? The restrooms, I know this is very important, are also way, you go all the way down where you came in. At the front desk, you'll want to turn left and straight through the doors, and you'll see that. There's also a drinking fountain down there, but we have coffee and bottled water, tea in room 308. So that'll be going on throughout the event. 308 is also where we will have our reception in the afternoon. So a dessert reception, so you might want to hold off on dessert at lunch in anticipation of that. So, okay, I think we're good. So I'm going to turn it over to Gary from Lund University, and he's going to introduce the program to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So I'm Mikael Röttger, I'm Program Director for Social Innovation in a Digital Context, and you will see soon hear very much more about it, because we will present projects on the program. It's a program with social innovators. It could be activists, it's entrepreneurs, and it's people. Okay, so a little bit louder. It's entrepreneurs, and it's people that is interested in human rights and change the world to the better. These groups of students in this master, they are participating in a master program, and they have done a project in their home countries, and the countries is Middle East, North Africa, and South Asia. And today they will present their projects, and I just want to say also that these aren't any students. We have handpicked these students, very few students to this program. So they are interviewed, we have checked their references so that they have good connections to organizations, so they actually can accomplish things in their home countries. And we also checked that they actually have accomplished something before and interviewed them. So it's quite hard to get into the program. And so, yes, I think, yeah, Lund University is a prestigious, top-ranked university in the south of Sweden. Mons, did I forget anything?
No, maybe you want to say something about the Internet Institute.
Yeah, we are also part of the Internet Institute, that's correct. It's a new Internet Institute. Actually, I think you could do that better. Because he's the head of the department.
So the organization that is running this program is within Lund University. It's Lund University Internet Institute. And it's an interdisciplinary institute that gathers different kind of researchers mainly, and also have very specialized programs for students. And mostly it's students who are already active and often not in Sweden but internationally. So we try to, as you said, Kari, together with the Swedish Institute that is part of Foreign Affairs Ministry of Sweden, handpick people around the world that can have a significant impact on social change around the world. And the participants that you are going to meet here today are, of course, this year's batch of participants. So I hope you'll enjoy it.
Thank you. Yeah, we will have 7 presentations now in the morning, and then in the afternoon there will come 7 more. So I think we just start presenting. Yeah, sorry.
No problem.
Yes, we have this.
Yes, I'm going to introduce Arkina. I realized that I forgot to thank all of our other sponsors, without which we couldn't have done this. So please see them on the back of your program. We have many, and we are very, very thankful. So I wanted to point that out. So now I would like to introduce our keynote speaker for the event, Charles H.F. Davis III. Charles is the Director of Higher Education Research and Initiatives at the University of Pennsylvania Center for the Study of Race and Equity in Education. Soon to be Dr. Davis. He's also a PhD candidate at the Center for the Study of Higher Education at the University of Arizona. His research broadly examines the use of digital media in contemporary student organizing and social movements in organizing in college. He will defend his dissertation soon, and that is based on data gathered during a year-long field study of college student organizers in Florida. It was completed in conjunction with the Activist Millennials Project. And other research and writing he has done have focused on the racialized and gendered experiences of college students, particularly among African-American men. And outside of the academy, he's engaged in service work related to education and social change as well. Some of his written work has been featured on ebony.com, HBCU Digest, Black Enterprise, 5.com, and Clutch Magazine. And he has served as an on-air contributor to segments on Huffington Post Live, as well as various local news affiliates in different cities. So please join me in welcoming Charles H.F. Davis.
All power to the people, and good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, good. I need your energy today. I'm on a very severe case of jet lag, probably not as bad as the folks who have to travel overseas, but I just got in from Portland late yesterday, so I don't know what time it is in my head right now, but I am really glad to be here. Just very thankful to the good people at Westchester University, as well as Lund University for having me. It's a very humbling ask to be here. When I saw all the projects that you all are engaged with and the things that you're doing around the world, to think that I could in any way contribute in a positive way with the work that I'm doing, which is very meaningful to even be asked to be a part of this conversation. So I'm really excited to be here. I'm hoping that what I can give you some information and context to what happens here in the United States, particularly around the racialized experiences of Black and brown youth. As many of you are probably familiar at this point, we have some crazy shit happening here in the United States. I'm going to talk a little bit about that today in the context of a few different organizations who have used technology in similar but also different ways. And I'm hoping that you'll be able to draw some parallels to even your own work. But more importantly, I'm really looking forward to hearing more about the work that you're doing and that we can learn, because there's so much things that are happening in international context that I think we can really benefit from, and especially the strides that are being made in technology teams and in different ways. We have pretty distinct privileges here in the United States in the sense that many of the technologies that are available to us are often not as censored as they are in a lot of other places. And so we often end up leveraging those technologies rather than often creating new technologies. But as we'll talk throughout the rest of the day, we'll see kind of what has been happening, but also what it means for the implications of doing this work in different ways as things change drastically in the near future. So the title of my talk today is Beyond the Hashtag, New Media and Contemporary Social Political Change in the United States. So I want to start with probably what's the most prominent thing that you've heard, or at least see on TV, right? Is this Black Lives Matter conversation. So we're going to start at this point, but we're actually going to end up working a little bit backwards to think about things that happened prior to what we know as Black Lives Matters. But I wanted to start here because this seems to be sort of a buzzword and things that, again, you're seeing on the news pretty frequently. So as we think about this, what we first have seen this work has really started as a hashtag, right? We have 3 Black queer women who began this conversation in 2012 after the murder of Trayvon Martin. And Trayvon Martin was a Miami Gardens teen who was visiting his father in Sanford, Florida, due to being suspended from his high school based on zero tolerance discipline policies that they had there. And over the course of him staying there, during All-Star weekend, he was watching the All-Star game. He wanted to go to the convenience store to get some things, Skittles and iced tea specifically. And on his way back to this gated community, again, nice income community there in Sanford, Florida, he was profiled and followed by George Zimmerman. George Zimmerman thought that he was suspicious because he was wearing a hoodie. He was black and in a predominantly white neighborhood. And at that point, he proceeded to engage him despite police telling him not to. That ended up resulting in George Zimmerman murdering Trayvon Martin. Okay, and I'm going to say murder because that's how I feel that actually when it's a legal term, the courts did eventually exonerate him from that, but he was murdered. So George Zimmerman murders Trayvon Martin. So this is probably one of many cases, but the contemporary case, right? So we know about Amadou Diallo and some of the other come before Trayvon Martin, but this case happens and young people are united in a very new and different way. And so Black Lives Matter emerges in 2012, thanks to Opal Tometi, Alicia Garza, and Patrice Cullors, three Black queer women who start this conversation, right? And so we can attribute to them the framing of what we know now as the Black Lives Matter movement, but again, started in 2012. Now what Garza says is this is an ideological and political intervention. Okay, so Black Lives Matter is an ideological and political intervention in a world where Black lives are systemically and intentionally targeted for demise. It is an affirmation of Black folks' contributions to the society, our humanity, and our resilience in the face of deadly oppression. So this is from Alicia Garza in an article called A History of Black Lives Matter. You can Google that and read a little bit more about it from her particular perspective. But this is really important, right? And the ways in which we think that media in some ways can be controlled by those who are producing it, but manipulated by those who are appropriating. And so often when we have this conversation, the voices of Black queer women are completely invisible, written silent in many ways, right? And even in the issues that they're picking up. So when you think about this emerging from groups of Black women about the life of a Black man, right? And in many of the Black Lives Matter conversations about Black men who are being murdered by police and state violence and vigilantes, but often forgetting the voices and lives of Black women and Black trans women in particular. And so they frame this in a very particular way to say that they're affirming both in a general sense, but also for those that are living in the margins. And this is how this conversation is playing itself out in the social media conversation, particularly on Twitter. This is a picture of Patrice. We actually had the opportunity to meet and sit on a panel together about a year and a half ago at Arizona at the Black Lives Matters conference. Now, what we seem to put most together, right, is the connection of Black Lives Matter with what happened in Ferguson. So are those fairly familiar with what happened in Ferguson, right? So Michael Brown, August 9th, 2014, is gunned down by Officer Darren Wilson, again murdered by Darren Wilson. And so there's almost a 2-year gap between when this conversation begins to get started with Trayvon Martin and then when it becomes very popularized and picked up by national media. So Ferguson uprising is happening where enough is just enough. So when you're thinking about the history of some place like Ferguson, Missouri, right? Missouri, Mississippi, some of that deep South tradition that's happening. And I'm from the deep South in a very particular and nuanced way. I was born in Texas, grew up in a number of different places because my father was in the military, but I spent my summers becoming Black in Alabama and Georgia. And so I'm very, very familiar with that experience. My father went to Tuskegee Institute, which is a historically Black college in Alabama, and grew up during the Civil Rights Movement. So that tradition is very close to me, and so I'm very familiar with what racism looks like in that space. Well, with something like Ferguson, people think that it's just about Michael Brown, right? And what we found out through often citizen journalism, but also the campaigns that were run, is that a lot of bad things have been happening in Ferguson for a very long time, right? So we've seen a constant disenfranchisement of Black voters in that particular space, disenfranchisement of just political voice in terms of representation, right? Even in terms of the schooling opportunities that are there, that students that are in that Ferguson area that are white are more likely to be going to schools outside of that district. And those that are Black are forced to stay within that district that is under-resourced, underfunded, and providing inequitable opportunities for students of color. And so a lot of that came to a head when Mike Brown, a Black teen, was gunned down. And what this meant for us as educators is very interesting in the sense that Michael Brown had just graduated from high school. He was on his way to a college. It was a vocational and technical college in that area, right? So we're literally seeing Black men being pushed out in ways that are even different than just, say, the school to prison pipeline, but the school to grave pipeline, right? And so when we're thinking about something like Ferguson, we're all probably familiar with this as well, a hashtag that emerged during that summer, right? The hands up, don't shoot. And so with hands up, don't shoot, you see content beginning to be distributed, right? You see pictures like this in Ferguson in that August of 2014. And so with this, it was pretty much not only what's happening in Ferguson at this particular time. If you remember what the news reports look like, right? You see tanks coming down into these neighborhoods. You see heavily militarized and armed police that are shooting citizens that are there, right? They're tear gassing citizens, they're installing curfews, right? And part of this resistance was to actually continue the narrative and the idea that Michael Brown was shot with his hands up, that he was not armed. Okay, this is the narrative that's being advanced by us. This is what we know in terms of the story. So in solidarity, people are beginning to distribute and develop their own content. You have a number of these types of photos that are emerging in the social media conversation, again, particularly Twitter, but also Instagram with the hashtag hands up, don't shoot. You're seeing this at a national scale. It's not just happening in Ferguson, but we also know, again, from the things that have happened in other places, that we know that this is the universal sign for surrender, right? Not even just the United States. We see this now with the genocide that's happening in Palestine, right? We see that there are people here literally surrendering and being gunned down all across the world. This is international. So this was a call to action. It was a framing saying we are unarmed, that we are not dangerous citizens, our bodies are not weapons, that we are here in solidarity with Mike Brown, we're here with solidarity with those around the world, saying that we should not be killed and victimized. So working a little bit backwards, going back to the Trayvon Martin conversation, we have the Million Hoodies movement and the Million Hoodies movement for justice. So in March of 2012, okay, Trayvon's killed in February 26th of 2012. In March of 2012, we see similar to what we know about Hands Up, Don't Shoot happening with Million Hoodies, right? Hashtags evolving on Twitter and Instagram, seeing very similar things, right? We're seeing pictures of people with their hoodies up, right? Because Trayvon Martin was considered suspicious, right? He was criminalized because of what it is that he was wearing, right? Not to mention it was actually just raining that day. And so in solidarity with those people, the hoodies are being put up. So you not only have that happening just for the people that are in Sanford, Florida, or in Florida broadly, you have it with national celebrities, you have it with individuals in schools, you have faculty at colleges and universities taking pictures together with hoodies on. You have the Miami Heat at the time when LeBron James, I believe, was still there, putting their hoodies up. Again, a national call to action to recognize that we stand in solidarity with this injustice that has happened, right? But beyond that, just like it was happening in Ferguson, this isn't just happening in the context of the hashtag, right? And so with Million Hoodies, it was a call to action. It was a mediated mobilization. It's saying, not only do we want to see what it looks like for you to show your solidarity in these various ways, but actually show up, right? And so the Million Hoodies movement for justice begins, and they coordinate a national campaign of protests and demonstrations, most notably those that are happening in New York City. And they want to get 1 million people to not only contribute content, but actually stand in solidarity and protest at their various locations. And what this really talks about is the criminalization of Black and brown bodies, how we're seeing them based on the performance of their identities, the things that they wear. So that's really important in terms of the nuance, right? Because it's not just Black folks who are wearing these hoodies, right? There are white folks that are wearing them. There are Latino brothers and sisters that are wearing them, right? There are Southeast and South Asian folks who are wearing them, saying that we understand what it is that this looks like, right? So the hoodie has now become sort of a symbol, right? A symbol not only of solidarity, but also of resistance, right? So even in like my own personal life, like, yeah, I'm gonna wear a hoodie to pin with my hoodie up just to make you uncomfortable. Hopefully I don't get gunned down by the UPenn PD, but you know, it's possible, right? But it's not the transgression. It's saying that you know what this means and I know what this means, and we may be on opposite sides of this issue, but you need to see it, right? And so in these mobilizations, you have hundreds of thousands of people across the country. At this particular time, I was living in Arizona, still doing my coursework. But even in Arizona, where the Black population there is maybe 4 or 5%, at least in Tucson, and that's probably all of the university. But in that, our Chicano brothers and sisters were there in solidarity with us with our hoodies, having these town hall meetings, having these demonstrations in Arizona. They're happening in Los Angeles. They're happening in Florida. They're happening in Chicago. They're happening in Ohio, right? And so you see a coordination of this based from an organization that started in New York. It was founded by a guy named Daniel Marie, and is now moved on to a different sort of project, but is passed this on to a guy named Dante Berry, who's the executive director there. And so the interesting thing about this is that Million Hoodies didn't really have infrastructure when it started. right? It started sort of with a messaging, and it started with people signing up to get information of how to kind of put on these demonstrations, but there was no real formal organization, right? And so there's a text that's out recently that's called Here Comes Everybody. And it's the idea of organizing without organization. And we see this with Million Hoodies, that you have people sign up in a very interesting way, similar to like you would sign a petition online, right? They're getting information of here's this graphic, you can print these wherever you're located, right? So we have sort of a branding aspect of it, where everybody around the country can print these posters and bring them there. It's telling you who you might want to engage in the organizing opportunity, where it should take place, who should be involved. And this is happening without formal organization. So really, Million Hoodies sort of predates Million Hoodies Movement for Justice. To where now they've transitioned, where they have actual chapters in various local areas, some of which are at colleges and universities, and they're starting to host conferences and put on training and organizing workshops. But again, all starting from obviously a tragic event, but also the opportunity to use technology to galvanize people around a particular issue and then begin to educate, right? So one of the things we see in sort of like these mass mobilizations is that everybody doesn't always know what's going on, right? Everybody doesn't always know the intricacies of how to organize, but people show up, right? They show up, at least at the very least, you know, with a feeling of empathy, right? And it shows up in fear first. And so what Million Hoodies was really able to do is say, all right, well, now that we have, you know, hundreds of thousands of people in our database, how do we educate them? How do we bring them up to speed on opportunities to get more involved, opportunities to organize? And so they've transitioned now to a more formal organization that's doing sort of on the ground, brick and mortar types of things. But again, starting from the basis of electing people vis-a-vis technology. So now I want to go even further back to talk about an organization with whom I've been working for the last 2 years, really, since the beginning. It's called the Dream Defenders. Has anybody heard of the Dream Defenders before? Okay, so the Dream Defenders is an organization of Black and brown youth building collective power within the state of Florida. The Dream Defenders was started by a few friends of mine with whom I went to college, and I went to Florida State University, which is in Tallahassee, Florida, and it's in sort of the Gulf section of Florida. It's not in the nice, warm, popular Miami section of Florida where the weather's great, but it's in Tallahassee, Florida, and so it was a number of older Florida State and FAMU students who got together right after Trayvon Martin was killed. And it started with really a conference call of saying, you know what, something happened, we need to do something about this. But even before Dream Defenders, and this is also somewhat interesting, is in 2006, a boy by the name of Martin Lee Anderson was killed in a Pensacola boot camp by the Department of Corrections folks who were running that boot camp. And that was when I had just graduated from school. And so at that time, Twitter wasn't really there. Facebook had like kind of just started happening. Like we could still write on someone's wall without closing that option down, right? And so it's the very beginning of something that's happening. And so organizing for us looked very different, right? It was picking up the phone and calling people we knew, sitting in meetings, trying to figure out what we wanted to do, which ended up us occupying the governor's office at the state of Florida. And so for us, there's a longer tradition where we're saying, so Martin Lee Anderson happens in 2006. Trayvon Martin happens in 2012. We remember that experience. We were there. We were doing some organizing work. How can we come back together and make something happen? And so Dream Defenders begins to emerge late February 2012. And so this is the Dream House, which actually is in Miami because we're grown-ups and it's just nicer in Miami. So this is the house that really served as the central office in Miami, Florida for the Dream Defenders, at least now anyway. And so people with whom that I work, who you may or may not be familiar with at this point, so Philip Agnew, who is the executive director, he's on TV a ton now, but a good friend of mine, he was a student body president at the time that we were in school together, and he served now as the executive director, but is also one of the founders. And then also some really important people to my own work is Sandra, who is a communications co-director for Dream Defenders. And then Peace, who is the communications co-director with Sandra. And so I talk about those three people because in terms of how I look at my work, they were the most important people to what it was I was doing. They set the strategy, they produced the content, they were really the thought leaders in advancing what it was that Dream Defenders was doing. And so we fast forward about 2 years, right? So Trayvon Martin's been killed. We've tried and exonerated George Zimmerman in the state of Florida. And at that point, the Dream Defenders occupy the Florida Capitol for 30 days. They go to the Capitol very much like we did in 2006, and they occupy it for 31 days rather than 30 nights. And so in fast forwarding through, we get to February of 2014. Again, this is pre-Mike Brown. And this campaign begins to emerge. And it's what we would like to call a culture jamming campaign. So the campaigns we were talking about before was what we would consider mediated mobilization, right? The idea that we're mobilizing people using media as the principal tool of informing, obviously one, but also getting people to where it is that they need to go and calling into action through media. This is a little bit different. So we're thinking about the concept of culture jamming. It emerges from LeBreau's work, Alternative and Activist New Media. I don't know if you maybe have seen it or heard of it, but it's a great book. It gives you a nice set of vignettes of different genres of how this work looks in organizing context and particular projects. And so when we're thinking about culture jamming, LeBreau defines it as a mode of media activist projects in which images, sounds, texts are appropriated from popular culture, which could be entertainment, advertising, art, music, for points of social, cultural, and political critique. And so this first emerged with something like this, right? So Robbie Connell was a well-known post artist in the 1980s, and he has done a lot of this work to really set the tone of what this looks like in somewhat contemporary terms. Again, this is happening in 1988. The idea of culture jamming arrived around 1990. But it hadn't really gotten to the new media space. And so with something like this, and this is a little bit of U.S. history, because the U.S. just has been doing bad things for a long time, right? So this is Ronald Reagan. He was president of the United States at some juncture, right? And we talk about, obviously, his role in bringing cocaine and crack into the Black community, Reaganomics, so forth and so on. But this particular picture of Reagan, which is an image of him, sort of posterized in this way with the words contradiction, really were used as an indictment of the United States involvement in the Iran-Contra controversy, right? And so the idea of like selling arms in one space to overthrow the Nicaraguan government, right? Which also then leads into the drug trade and getting drugs into, Southeast Los Angeles, Free Rick Ross, not the rapper, the actual criminal, right? So these are all the conversations that are happening at this time. And so this is just saying, hey, we know what happened and we're going to use sort of art to critique the United States government in this particular way. And so in this same tradition, although we're not just using politics and things that are happening, the Dream Defenders use hip hop as a way to make sense of the world and things that are going on. Okay, so I don't know if you'll be able to hear this or not, but we'll see. Anybody heard this song before? Yeah, so you're already popping like outside of the United States. Okay. So we have this song, okay? It's a very popular song by the artist Drake. And this album had come out a little bit around the time that I was in Florida, 2013, 2014. It had just dropped, right? So like people were like definitely playing at the time. But what Drake's talking about in this song really is his very, sporadic rise to fame and what that means for the context of where he's from, and people that obviously were not supportive, whether that's family and friends, are pretty much, going to be very jealous of him. And when he comes back to his hometown, he's going to stunt, right? He's going to floss, he's going to flash all the things that he has now. And that's what he means by like worse behavior, right? And so in that way, he's saying, you never supported me, right? When I was backpack rapping, when I was in, the booth, when I was on Degrassi, you weren't there for me. But now, right? But now I've made it, and so I'm just going to show out, right? So that's one way of thinking about it. What the Dream Defender said is, okay, from a sociolinguistic perspective, right, from a language perspective, I know that young people get this. I know that young people are listening to this. So we're going to take that language, use it to create this campaign that really serves as a culture jamming opportunity. So in this particular set, I'm going to show you a series of pictures. You see the words "never loved us," right? And so what you see in these pictures are historical pictures of what's been happening to Black people. This is in the Jim Crow South, right, where my father grew up, right? These are experiences that he had, right, that he could only go to a colored water fountain, right? And so when we think about the idea of never loved us, we're saying never in a sense historically in one way, right? Then you see young people begin to bridge those connections like, oh, like, yeah, this isn't like a new thing, right? This has been happening to Black and brown folks for a very long time, right? So you start with something like this in the historical. But they also do this in the way that we talked about Reagan earlier, right? So what you have here is, again, same campaign, but different pictures. And so you have the state of Florida, obviously, it's Tallahassee again, it's in like kind of this area. Miami's in this wonderful area here. And so you see worst, and that's part of the lyric that's coming out of the Drake conversation, right? The idea that he's going to be on his worst behavior. But in this way, it's sort of inverted, right? And so on your left, you have Rick Scott, who's the governor of the state of Florida. and then you have Angela Corey, who's the state's attorney. So the governor of the state of Florida is, the highest state power that there is. He has been instrumental in not only implementing but sustaining laws that have continued the criminalization of Black youth to the school prison pipeline, right? Supporting zero tolerance policies in schools, failing to adhere to the recommendations of needing to get Florida departments of law enforcement trained in racial profiling and discriminatory practices, right? He's the person that can really make some sort of change at the executive level, and he hasn't been doing it. More importantly, however, he appointed Angela Corey to the Office of State Attorney. So when George Zimmerman admits that he had killed Trayvon Martin, he goes to the Sanford Police Department. They sort of just talk to him and let him go on his way. And then for 6 weeks, he just goes unarrested. He goes without charges. The person that would have been in charge of making sure that happened is Angela Corey, right? And so if not for Dream Defenders staging a 40-mile march across 3 days from Daytona Beach, Florida to Sanford on foot, going to the Sanford Police Department and providing a human blockade in front of the police department, ultimately shutting it down, calling for the arrest of George Zimmerman. Angela Corey never actually indicts George Zimmerman. That doesn't happen, right? So without the pressure of these folks who have coordinated this particular set of actions, it doesn't happen. So in many ways, both Corey and Rick Scott are considered actually the worst in the state of Florida, right? Because they're the people that are standing, that are supposed to be setting the agenda for justice, but actually standing in the way, right? And we're saying very clearly the state of Florida, in one hand, the political system within the state of Florida, and another, has never loved us here in the state of Florida, right? So again, we're seeing that sensibilities from young people, Black and brown in particular, related to hip hop are being made to connect with larger socio-political systems in the state and framing it in a way that makes sense, right? And so this could have been written like in a white paper, right? Or it could have been written in something really boring that I will write pretty soon, right? Right? But it was distilled into something that was already in spaces where young people were, right? These were distributed primarily through Instagram and Twitter, and then they were sort of aggregated in a database at the Dream Defenders website. But it's very short and to the point, right? And so although I'm explaining all of these things, that resonates with people that wanted to be down and wanted to be a part of this work, right? So in a couple more options, we have the larger conversation about America. And so on the right, we have a picture of Trayvon Martin. This picture is important because this is a picture similar to one of the many that were used in the media, right? So often when these things happen, particularly with Black men, but also with Black women, they always look for the criminal record of the person, right? They do a toxicology report to see if they were, on drugs. It's usually marijuana. And I don't know if you've been keeping up with the United States news. Well, yeah, marijuana is like starting to get legalized in a lot of places. I was just in Portland, right? Very liberal, very free and progressive place. But often we sort of relegate behaviors related to drugs and criminalize those behaviors with Black and brown folks. We don't necessarily do it with white folks in America, despite the fact that we have data that's very clear that says white folks use and are on par more than our Black folks, but Black folks are criminalized to the nth degree, right? So you have this picture, which is one that they pulled. It's not a picture of him in his football uniform and just attending classes per normal. Inside of, again, outline of America. And on this side, we have a guy by the name of Jordan Davis. He's from Jacksonville, Florida. He was shot and killed by Michael Dunn in a gas station parking lot for playing music too loud. So like the music that I just played, if I was in a gas station in Jacksonville, Florida, I probably would have been shot just by giving this like pseudo-academic presentation, right? And they asked Jordan and his friends to turn his music down. They didn't. Michael Dunn then went and retrieved a shotgun and emptied it into the car, killing Davis and injuring several other people that were there. But again, we have these two pictures that are painting it very clear that America does not care about the Black and brown body and Black boys in particular in this particular instance, right? And then we have that question, remember, right? That reflective question that's now entering into the conversation, saying, do you remember these things happening that you don't forget? Again, Trayvon Martin was killed in 2012. This doesn't happen until 2014. And sort of in a last batch, and again, these are things that are happening particularly in Florida. In Florida, at least as it was documented over the last 3 or 4 years, we don't know of, with the exception, I think, of one Black trans woman that happened later, who have been killed by either police or citizen vigilantes. So on your left, my right, is the picture of a guy by the name of Kendrick Johnson. Kendrick Johnson was a student at Lowndes County High School in Valdosta, Georgia. So where I showed you that Tallahassee was, Valdosta, Georgia is about 45 minutes north of there. So it's not far, it's very close to us. When we were in college, we would go to Valdosta on occasion at the university. So he is murdered in Lowndes County But what happens is they find his body rolled up in a wrestling mat inside of the gym. Okay, that's where they find his body. The medical examiners at that time determined that it was a suicide. Now, I don't know if you've ever seen a wrestling mat or a mat rolled up, or how one might crawl into that space and kill themselves. I don't know if that's ever happened, right? And so there's protestation, right, that happens. There's calls for a second examination. And so they've already pretty much closed this case. That was a suicide. They've had the funeral. They've interned the body. The body is then exhumed for the second autopsy. They finally exhume the body. They find out at that point, when they go to do the second autopsy, all of Kendrick Johnson's organs have been removed and replaced with newspaper. Okay? Second autopsy reveals that he died from blunt force trauma, not from suffocation inside of him. What we also know is that through footage that was previously ruled closed and classified, that there were some other boys that were in the gym at the same time that Kendrick Johnson died, right? And then there's also some missing footage, et cetera, right? So there's very specific foul play. And so in this case still hasn't been brought to justice at all. We're still trying to fight for Kendrick to figure out what the hell happened, who should be responsible. But the mix-up is that Lowndes County High School, so different than you might have in a city, a particular school, it services a larger constituency of folks that live in the county. And so some of the people that are mixed up in this have fathers who are white men that are part of law enforcement who, have been in some way, shape, or form a part and around this case, right? And so there's some very particular intricacies, and the story loosely has been told is that Kendrick Johnson was talking to a white female student in that school, and that in Lowndes County, Georgia, it doesn't go over well, sort of interracial dating, right? Despite it being 2014, 2015 at this time. And so we think there's some relationship in terms of that backstory that's happening there, which is also interesting historically going to this never loved us idea, right? And so in the 1950s in Mississippi, you have Emmett Till, right? Young boy going to a convenience store, allegedly whistled at a white woman in this convenience store, and then was later beaten to death. So bad that in the open casting, if you Google the pictures, his face is probably 8 times the size that it normally is from the swelling that happened. Right, and so he's killed for allegedly doing something that compromised the integrity or the white female integrity of women in the South. So you have very much almost the same similar situation, right, 60 years later. And so when we think about this idea of never loved us, again, it draws these historical parallels for this community in an interesting way. So the other thing I want to bring your attention to is this crown. How many of you have seen this before, maybe even recently? Anybody? No? A couple, maybe? Okay, so this crown is starting to make its resurface on some merchandising and apparel. But its origin is actually from paintings and the artwork of Jean-Michel Basquiat, if you're familiar with him. He was a black artist in New York and really a cultural icon at this point, right? And so the interesting thing in terms of historical context, again, is that the Dream Defender's work is drawing back to a very popular cultural icon and artist who used this particular symbol. And the way that he used this symbol was, even in that same particular time, right, late 70s, 80s, was that the devaluation of black bodies in the United States generally had to be met with something different. And so this was his counter narrative, right? That he's opposing and resisting this idea that things that are black and brown are wrong, right? And so he puts a crown on the head to signify royalty, right? To elevate out of this sort of narrative of destitution and despair that black people are royalty, right? And so you see in the Dream Defender's iconography, appropriate from Basquiat, this crown that many of us know so very well, but to say that these are sort of our fallen kings and queens, right? And so you see this very interesting drawback to both historical points in time, but also historical artwork. And so this is where that culture jamming idea comes in full swing. You have a number of these different art pieces, and there's, I think, about 52 different images in the database that I have of these that draws on historical examples, political examples, personal examples, right? But uses artistic forms, predominantly those that are in hip hop and in contemporary black art, to really make a point of social and political critique of saying that the United States generally, and Florida specifically, has never loved the black and brown body. And despite the fact that you have not loved us, we still will elevate ourselves to positions of royalty, whether that's posthumously or even presently, right? There are some images of those people who did not die, but have been illy affected by criminal justice systems, or even more recently, especially even here in Philadelphia, those that are being persecuted for exercising academic freedoms, right? That you see these crowns start to emerge as sort of a juxtaposition and a callback to say that regardless of what you do to us, regardless of how you see us, this is how we see ourselves, right? So they're very powerful examples of these types of things, they can really exclusively go online. So we have this juxtaposition of those things just living online through powers of digital artwork. We have those that are sort of started online, but then move into and work with on the ground grassroots organizing. And this really gives what's been going on here as of late. So in terms of what's next, you know, obviously when people do research and when they're doing projects, they're always wanting to think a little bit far forward. Sort of what are the implications of the things that we're learning now and what does it mean? And I think there are a couple of things, but I actually think the best answers for what is next are derived from what it is that you all are already doing in this room, right? And so I would say withstanding the implications of those Black and brown bodies who have already been killed and continue to be killed by state violence and citizen vigilantism, when you're looking at a global scale and you look at the types of repression, types of oppression that happen in other spaces and countries, the long history of those things happening where at least even if the United States has a close sense of justice, that there's some sort of system in place, that there's a lot more severe crises that are happening in a global context, right? And so the solutions that are coming to meet those things are things that we can really learn a great deal from, right? The issues are very similar, right? In the fact that you have people that are being gunned down and killed, you have injustices and inequities in education, access to resources, right? Which I think is really important for America to think about, right? We always talk about the rest of the world as if it's this destitute place very similarly, right? But this very imperialist, elitist narrative. And we're talking about how, you know, various countries and various parts of Africa don't have access to water. Meanwhile, there's entire groups of citizens in Detroit, they can't get access to water either because it's privatized and they're not paying these astronomical bills. And so I think what is next is emerging from the projects that you all are working on that we can learn from, especially those that have direct implications to education, at least for my own work. But I think what's actually going to happen is we're going to see a crunch down on the types of activity that we're even allowed to do in the United States on places like Facebook, on Instagram, and on Twitter. And we're starting to already see this in many ways, right? I have a number of colleagues and friends who are trying to put out messaging recurrently, and certain messages either are not able to go through, they're taken down immediately by the host organization. And any acts really of political dissent are like reported as spam, and it's a whole sort of thing, right? Meanwhile, behind things, we're not saying it. We have Donald Trump running for president, right? Like, fine, it's everywhere. And so I think you're going to start to see the levels of repression and decreases in access to those types of media as time goes on, and we're going to have to find a way to evolve past our privilege. Right, the idea that we can just go to our phones and tweet "fuck the police," which I do often, right, which is probably why I won't get a faculty tenure track job, unless the good people in Westchester are. Right, but we're not going to be able to do that, right? So we're going to have to find new mediums and modes of communication, which are already existing and being built in different places, and learn from those and create those technologies. And there's actually a person by the name of Mary Joyce. She wrote a book, edited a book rather, called Digital Activism Decoded. And so Mary is no longer an academic. She is now working on applications and technologies that are starting to push sort of that area, right? So I think that with the ongoing continued repression, as things maybe get worse before they get better, we're going to need to find different opportunities to do some of the same types of work that we're doing with technologies that have not yet been invented or not yet been created. And you know, there's this ongoing conversation about net neutrality and sort of what the implications of those things are for technology. But we're gonna have to figure that out. I think that, you know, we're all coming to a head, especially for groups of color who we often situate our experience totally in being oppressed as groups of color in the United States without really troubling the privilege we do have because we're Americans at the same time. That it's sort of a blind spot, right? And that if we're not thinking about this, things that we take for granted in terms of tools to do this social work that we do are going to be gone, and then what are we going to have, right? You know, that could also extend to maybe doing more analog things, right? Maybe one of writing letters, I don't know. You know, it's a possibility of actually sending photos with like a post-it on it that says "Never Loved Us." I don't know. But I think that there's some interesting opportunities there. And so, you know, really today I'm interested in hearing more about the work that you all are doing, how we can relay that information and those messages to the folks that are here, and also building connections, right? I think that it's really important that, you know, with many of the organizations that I mentioned can build connections with folks like you in different ways. You know, for example, the Dream Defenders had a coalition go from the United States to Palestine last year. And so you're starting to see this interesting conversation that's mediated through technology where the Palestinian struggle is linking to the Black struggle and vice versa. So you have this contingency of Black activists, organizers, and scholars that goes to Palestine to understand better what's happening there, but also to engage in solidarity activities, right? And to see and really put into perspective what we have going on, what they have going But you're seeing that a lot, and that's afforded by technology. So I think those connections will still have to happen in different places and in different areas, and also amongst ourselves as colleagues, right? That me being here is just critically important what it is that I do and how I make sense of the world, and that I can connect with you all because we have a very limited ability to do that in the United States. Often we just stay very insular. So I'm very gracious again to have this opportunity to speak with you, and I just look forward to learning more about all of your work during the time that I'm here. So thank you very much.
For any questions for Charles?
May I ask more about the connection? You mentioned before about the Black movement and Palestine. So
Sure.
how it works?
So it's interesting, right? Now we're seeing mostly via Twitter, but now, at least in the U.S. context, it's happening from YouTube. So you can set your laptop up. No, you can do it now. I can see it. You sure? Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to be like helpful. So I think it's interesting, right, in that during what was going on in Ferguson, the folks in Ferguson were getting tweeted pictures of people in Palestine that said Palestine stands with Ferguson, right? And that's really interesting for a lot of reasons, but more particularly when you think about things that are happening to Palestinian people and what's going on in Palestine, right? To pin a poster, take a picture, and send it halfway around the world, right? And I don't know that we want to necessarily compare atrocities, right? There's certain distinctions that are there, but that was very moving, right? To a committee and to a group. But you also have seen, and maybe more recently, you can Google this. You have folks like Angela Davis and a number of other folks who just made a video that's saying very clearly, "When I see you, I see me." Something to that sort of effect in that narrative, right? That we can see one another. And so that video is now circulating widely in the United States, but has also been sent abroad as much as technology can do that. So you see these different forms of messaging that just say we recognize your struggle and with that we stand. But you're seeing in the United States at least, and so when you think about I'd say it's sort of like the wealth system that's in the United States and the ways in which Jewish folk who have come over and immigrated have been able to successfully sort of assimilate into white culture in a particular way, be protected in a particular way, that the viewpoint of institutions that are connected highly to that sort of economic base are repressing those who are speaking for the Palestinian cause, right? And so there are a number of my colleagues who have either lost jobs, had jobs pulled, have been suspended, possibly expelled. We have a professor just now at the Community College of Philadelphia who was suspended, who's an adjunct faculty, for speaking at a Black Lives Matter rally and calling out American imperialism and colonialism, right? And so you're seeing people take these actions, but the implications here are that when you're kind of pushing against this power base that we're kind of comfortable with and have sustained, and you're seeing people get in trouble for as much as that's worth. So it's really, I think, mostly in the messaging, right? And just the idea of staying and standing. You're seeing people in power do that, but you're also seeing it on the other side too. The United States government's made it very clear that they're going to continue to aid Israel in arms and in money, and that will continue the unjust occupation of Palestine. So, yeah.
I guess, are you seeing more trends or studying the trends of just how, in general, rebellion is not as, I guess, going more towards zero tolerance than it was in the past, especially now with all of these new ways of spying, or with all the technology comes the capability for people to identify who you are when you're using mobile devices. That, I guess, cybersecurity is a very big issue in the United States. And I guess, do you maybe foresee that any act of rebellion, regardless of whether it's digital or in person, do you see that being, I guess, more not in our best interest? You know what I mean? Like,
Sure.
The powerful versus the powerless, and now that we have all these great tools that we can use, the people in power also have a lot better tools that can surveil the tools we're using.
Sure. Right. So I think that goes to the point that I was making, but I think you can learn from the international context, right? And Julie's work speaks to this very, very well. When you see that there's a larger sort of disparation between access to technologies, right? So you see that, all right, well, you can't use Twitter, Facebook, or any of that other stuff. And you're like, oh, okay, well, forget that. We're going to use text messaging, right? And so we're going to find sort of think when you see the possibility and an imaginary that happens in a place that has even less access, right? And we saw the issues with high-speed internet access in certain parts of the country, like rural parts that I mentioned, that we will figure out a different way in some ways, but I also don't think it's that different, right? When you think about, you know, COINTELPRO, so the counterintelligence program that the FBI ran during the civil rights movement that fundamentally dismantled the Black Panther Party, right? They were finding ways to monitor communication and also infiltrate communication, right? And that's also a very big problem too. When you think about sort of all the fake profiles on social media, that are just like general problems for people anyway, like people just kind of stalk you. But yeah, there's obviously agents that are on social media, right? I know that my friends are followed and, you know, engaged in certain ways that are questionable. And so I don't know, I think we're gonna have to think creatively. I think when you think about the media that's coming out in terms of movies and stuff, you see this return to like a very more primitive, like analog kind of underground way of doing things. So I think that maybe in the long run that's a possibility, and you know, albeit possibly unpopular, we're seeing this a little bit now with the gun rights conversation, that I think you might see a return to taking up arms in certain spaces and places, right? You know, if you're killing people, what else are they supposed to do? And that's been sort of an ongoing conversation that's rubbed against this sort of civil disobedience, nonviolent strategy that fundamentally, like, I can't meet sort of a gun all the time with, you know, a bulletproof vest and a smile. Like, this is not gonna work. Especially when you have ability to do like no-knock raids, right? People can just come into your house and do whatever they want to do. I think there's a lot of really interesting problematic things where states that are more conservative than are liberal are sort of empowering and financing, you know, easier ways to disrupt the disruption. I guess that makes sense.
You want, excuse me, one more? Got one more?
Well, I'll be around for maybe a little bit longer, so if you have any questions, you can just talk to me in the back. But again, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it.
Okay, so we're going to start our presentations from the SIDC program.
Fine keeper, huh? So, hello everyone. My name is Mina, and I'm coming from the MENA region. So, who knows the MENA region? MENA region. You know, the Middle East, North Africa, particularly I'm coming from Egypt. And I will start my presentation with a phonetics exercise. Have you heard about the letter Kh? Kh? Can you say it? Can you say it? Let's try all of us together. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that was good. And so my project is Batik Times, which is Watermelon Times. Watermelon Times, it's an online satire news portal providing fake news. Is that okay with it? Yeah. Fake news? Okay, I will explain later. So, yeah. Pardon, I'm not good with this stuff. So, Batik Times, that's an online portal providing fake news. So, why we need fake news? We have enough fake news, huh? So, why we need a portal specialized in producing fake news? Fake news could be, I mean, that's my argument. Fake news could be a way to trigger critical thinking. We need to think about the news we get from the newspapers, the news we get from the television. So why we are believing in everything we receive? So by challenging the belief of the audience, by putting fake news, that's how we can let people think. Did you get my point? I will say it again. So by putting fake news, you are driving people to think if that's real news or fake news, because you are not saying that's fake news. So, for example, who have been to New York? I just come to New York. So, tell me about the traffic. Good or bad? So, what if I mentioned that the traffic of New York is great? First, you will ask, why it's not great? Maybe we deserve a better traffic system. Maybe we deserve a better infrastructure. See? So fake news is critical, drive critical thinking. So I hope it's work now. Okay, so that's the logo. So that's Times, the famous Times. Yeah. So that's Egypt, by the way, so you can know where it is. Yeah, so we are far away. Yeah. So, as we see the Egypt map, we hear the problem map. So what is the problem? Why we don't have a critical population in Egypt? And I'm sure that's somewhere else. So we have very bad media system that's based on propaganda. Propaganda meaning, so mainstream media providing the same information, trying to tell lies to the people. And we have very bad education based on memorizing information. No one really has the right to ask about it. Okay? So that's at the end result to a misinformed population, which led, of course, to very bad decisions because you're not really informed. You don't have the right information, so you do the wrong decision. See? I hope that's not Washington DC, but okay. Anyhow, so the problematic role of the media, the initial role of the media is to inform people, but propaganda media is not informing people; it's manipulating people. So that's the problem. So I need help with a solution. So we know the problem now. We know that we have misinformed population. We know that we have bad education. We have bad media. We have propaganda. So what should we do? So I will explore some solutions, and we'll need your help to decide on which one. So the first one, fix the media scene and the entire education system. Who can vote for this? Okay, who can do it? Yeah, it's really hard, huh? So, second one, stop the people in the street and advise them. We are 90 million, so we can do it. Huh? So I can stop you in the street and ask, are you aware of the propaganda? Are you aware that you are misinformed? Who voting for this? Democracy people, huh? No one. Okay. So the third option, counter the media propaganda with logic. Voting, huh? Who can do it? Logic. Logic in front of propaganda. It's really hard, huh? So I have a different solution. It's a time for satire. If we can't convince people with logic, we can do satire. And satire is really serious business, serious social change model. I think who will notice. So what I mean, really, I will have you heard about the Arab Spring? Arab Spring. I claim that's the time for satire spring. We haven't changed things a lot in the streets because we were so serious, maybe, or maybe dreaming. But maybe by satire, we can change things on long term by challenging the current regime, challenging the current propaganda, challenging the current system, by not by confrontation, but by satire. Anything can lose power if we can make fun of it. I will explain more. So that's a portal, but big times, just to have an idea how it works. That's Van Damme, by the way. No, not Van Damme, that's Van Diesel, sorry. That's Van Diesel. That's one of the reasons, yeah. So that's a project objective. That's online satire news portal will use fake content with purpose of highlighting rare problems, as I mentioned the traffic example. And here is the model I'm trying to explain. So satire and social change. So here is satire news. Will drive people to question, is that for real? Is that okay for me? That we have very bad traffic system? Or okay. First I question, then I'm trying to find an answer. So why we have this system? Why we don't have an efficient traffic system? Why we don't have efficient education system? Why? And then after a while we have a reaction. Are you okay with that? I will ask my friends, I will meet someone on the street and will ask him. So here is the reaction. So here is the model and the relation between satire and social change. So that's an example just to understand. So for example, the Egyptian government decided to donate some bridges to neighbor countries. do you understand what I'm saying? So we are donating bridges. The real problem that we have a problem with traffic. So people will ask why, and then they try to find an answer, and then they will react. So I'm done. I'm just putting my some facts just to see it. So we started August 2015. The project team are 5, and our news reaches over 100,000 people over the Arab countries, and we are targeting Egyptian online users. I will skip future things and research things. I'll put only the context because it's the time. So here is the portal URL. Here is my email if you'd like to discuss more about the relation between satire and social change. And thank you. And then, and I'll be standing there. Maybe after during the breaks, I will have some cards. We can have more discussion if you'd like. Yeah, change it.
No,
Change it.
and present.
Oh. Yeah. So that's real news, no?
Hi, I'm Sonia. I'm coming from Tunisia, not far from Egypt, like from the top of Africa. It's going to be hard to present after the satire guide, but I'm going to try anyway. So I'm going to present Coder, but before presenting, I'm going to ask you, how many of you can name any executive name for in ICT industry, in tech industry? Like any name, any executive name for people in ICT, in computing industry? Yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
Carly Fearing.
Sorry?
Carly Fearing.
Uh-huh. Yes. Yes. So if you know like the proportion of women in executive positions comparing to men is really low. But what about Arab women? It's even worse. Even name one Arab woman which is in executive position in the tech industry. So this is the problem. We're starting from there. So we know that, I mean, I'm not saying that the woman doesn't exist or not executive or there is no Arab woman in industry, in ICT industry, but there are lots of small in ICT results in less visibility. Also, less visibility also results in the lack of women in ICT, because we need role model. We don't have like icons. We don't have like someone to follow. So that's why the Coder Girl has been created, which is the aim of the Coder Girl is to encourage women to be in ICT industry. But why do we need women in ICT? Why do we need women in executive? Why do we need women in technology? So the most trivial reason, we need more people in tech anyways, but it's expanding field, and we need more people in technology. Greater diversity will lead to greater innovation, of course. We all know that we have different perspectives in creating technology. We have our need, we have our perspective. So if we are more present in technology, we need maybe, because it's a male-dominated industry and it's in some conscious way, it's shaped from the male need. So now we need to have our presence in this industry, and it's expanding industry. If we are staying behind, then we are really staying behind. We will not accept a different economic growth. So it's also part of economic growth and empowerment, and in a whole way, like it's a benefit for the industry, for women themselves and the economy. And to change that, of course, we need to target the future. I mean, you cannot talk about future women technologists without targeting young ladies, young girls. So the project, the main of the project is to help these women in ICT, but targeting girls aged from 8 to 18, and we are teaching girls to start computer programming, web design with a fun way. Like we are trying to make it more female adapted content for those, more attractive for females. So here you can see the project is online, and these are our trainees. We are doing combination of workshops, one-to-one training, field trip, e-learning sessions, and digital hangouts. And the most important thing with this project is to install not only the technical fields, but also some very, very high values, like establishing the values of imparting knowledge, solidarity, and collaboration. So this is my favorite picture, if I can say, because you can see that the girls are really enjoying writing their computer coding program and writing their application and writing their own games. And then I can see one girl, I'll finish it with a certain task, they are coming to help each other. So this is what we are creating. We are creating a community that we are helping each other, that we are producing kind of support to each other, which is something from my point of view really missing in our female behavior. Like I'm the queen, I'm the best. So we need to change that, and we are trying to change creating a network of women technologists. And Coder Girl is not an isolated initiative. It's a part of a big network called Arab Computing Arabic. So our main goal is to support, inspire, encourage, and collaborate among, increase the visibility, which is really important, and also evaluate the status of our women computing. So the implementation, as I said, we've done many workshops, many one-to-one trainings. One-to-one training is very light training, field trips, e-learning, and we have over than 150 trained girls. When we said trained girls, those girls are able now to create their apps, their own app and their own game, which is really great. We can see, and we have people that have been part of the Tech Innovation Challenge in San Francisco lately, so it's really doing good. So challenges, we need more talking materials, local, and our training should be local and affordable, because we need to target not only a certain privileged social class, but also all people in the country. We need to take it to the next level, expand our activities, because we are already very present in Tunisia, but we need to expand it, and we need collaboration with other people, and we are part of a network also with the US called Tech Women, which includes many women in Silicon Valley and the Arab region, and also Africa. We need also to expand to Africa and to have many collaboration with other networks. So this is who I am. This is if you can, whatever contribution you could make, we'd be happy to have connection if you know people who are working on the same field. So probably this would be help if we, any kind of help of you would be great. Then I think that I have to let the start
Where can we find you later?
In one of the rooms.
Yeah. So we can go find you.
Yes, I'm there.
Good morning, Westchester.
Good morning.
How are you guys?
Very good.
Excited?
Yes.
Am I dressed up?
Yeah.
I'm gonna change, guys. I'm not moving into modern. So, FOTFID is an idea that started to document Jordanian elections in 2010, just a crazy way of doing documentation and research of the public opinion. It means in Arabic, and FOTFID is a slang Arabic word that means let it out in English. So let it out. What is FOTFID exactly? We'll see with the pointer. FOTFID, an idea of just putting white papers in public spaces, in university campuses, and having markers. So here we have, they told me that they have one. Here are they. So markers, white papers in public spaces, special cards are used to document and research the public opinion on sensitive issues. So how does it work? So this is how it looks. As you say, this is, as you see here, it's like a public space in Amman, the capital of Jordan, where there's white flip chart paper for people to express themselves on a specific, usually sensitive social or political issue by answering some questions on the papers through coded markers. So a male or a female under 30 or above 30 gets a colored marker. So if you are a male above 30, you get black. female under 30-year trend. So at the end, we get color-coded comments from people. And that's a way of getting the data from young people and Jordanians in general. What was the objective of it? The objective was to revolutionize the way of doing research, to come up with a new way of documenting the public opinion. It also combined a new type of activism where we promoted social accountability. Do you know what is social accountability? Social accountability is a way to hold your decision makers accountable. Every decision maker, needs to be accountable or responsible about the policies, about the decisions that they take in general. So here we try to promote it through connecting what people say in the public spaces to the cyberspace. So through Twitter and Facebook, we convey all the messages that people write to the decision makers online. So, and we compile it, and then we file it to them either via email or physically to tell them what the grassroots think about their policies or their decisions. So it's a new way, it's a new research tool, and also a way of activism and a social accountability tool. As we said, colored markers, the bookmarks. So let me tell you the story of the bookmarks and the other special type of cards. So the bookmarks, the ones who write on the papers, they get this bookmark. The ones who do not write, they get the other type of cards. So when we calculate the number of markers, the bookmarks and the number of other cards, we know the sample size, and then we know the reach or the exposure. Also, we have a team of social media activists or tweets who are transferring all these comments online. Who does it? So this is the cycle of Fuzbit. First, we define the questions or the topic. Then we start doing the events, as I told you, the coding, and then we start from aggregating all this data to visualize it. And I'll show you how the data goes from just simple white papers in the public spaces to visualized ways. So another photo that shows how Fuzbit works. That's the coding. So going back to the innovative part of it, the innovation comes in the structure of Fuzbit. The idea of just challenging the way of doing surveys, the way of doing just normal interviews and doing research, to go to the public space and do more of like a very simple, cost-efficient, and replicable methodology. So it is also interactive. So people are usually interacting with the wall. They are more engaged, and it also has the online and offline dimension. As I said, also it's a research and activism tool in addition to the social accountability component. So what is the innovation in research? If you tell me, why should we do this crazy white paper thing in a public space or in a university campus or in this room? First, the data that we got, according to also doing comparative research with other methodologies, it's genuine, exciting, inclusive. So that's the difference, that part, that the data in Fuzbit showed superiority in those dimensions. It also got us the opportunity to be able to gather big sample size or big data in a short time. So in 2 hours, we get like 500 comments, or sometimes 700 comments, depends on the space. Also, it gives us good comparative power, and it also gives us the opportunity to predict on public trends. And you can ask me, how do we predict on public trends? Let's say that we have a comment on a white paper, and that comment affected other comments. So we can see how the data affects each other. It's pretty complex, but very exciting. It's also interactive and visual. So these are some of the statistics, how it's 95% more unique, 81 more interactive, 24 more honest or genuine and enjoyable, comparing it to an online survey. This is a research done by Deloitte. This is how the data looks like, being visualized through a Python, and then going according to the data that's gathered from the public spaces. We faced a lot of challenges. Part of the challenges were, the officials in public spaces, security, female participation, self-censorship sometimes, and the financial resources that sometimes hinders us. However, we dealt with our financial support by establishing Fuzbit as a new social enterprise that's promoting, that's providing services. So instead of doing like the same consultancy way of just like research and surveys, we are providing a new way of doing research. This is the business model. This is what we offer: analysis, qualitative data, statistics, and visualization. This is our packages and pricing. I'm not saying you about that right now, but I'm showing you how something can become a social enterprise. Our partners, we'll talk about big companies, big universities. This is our team, and we have here the replication manual. So we would love to convey the way to do FOXFlip through these manuals to you. And if you are interested to know more about it, to do it in Westchester, we're really looking forward to see it. This is also the smiley faces from my team in Jordan, and you can contact here. So thank you very much. You can also find the markers and the other things, so you can visit our website and learn more about them. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now I'm going to introduce Whitehead.
Unfortunately, I don't have changed clothes, school t-shirts. I'm going to be here talking. First of all, good morning, everybody. It's so nice to be here. Thanks for letting us be here and talk about our products. My name is Divya. I'm from Mumbai, India. And I'm the founder of this project called Whitehead, which deals with tracking gender-based harassment and hate speech on the internet. How many times have we as women have been told that we talk too much? And as this proverb says, where there is noise, it's also coming from women or from geese. There is no statistics that actually say that women talk too much. I mean, if you actually look at it's the other way around. But culturally, historically, we've been always made to feel what we can speak, how we can speak, and to whom we can speak. It's been ingrained so much within us that we cannot speak. The whole act of speech in the public sphere becomes so calculative for us that we have to think twice to say what we are saying. How many people in this room have sort of experienced some sort of stalking on the internet, or let's say your accounts have been hacked? Okay, I see a couple of hands. Your accounts have been hacked, pictures have been marked, someone sends you just derogatory and pornographic messages. I think I see some hands. Now, statistics also says that we are living in an age where harassment on the internet is a reality. 21% female internet users said between age 24 that they are sexually harassed on the internet. We're not talking about trolling here. We are talking about sexual harassment, rape threats. Actually, I mean, we'll come back to the screenshot which will tell you what I'm talking about. 26% female users reported sustained stalking on the internet. Now, when I say this is not trolling, this is harassment, I want to speak about Anita Sarkeesian and Kanika Mishra. Does anyone know about Anita Sarkeesian? Okay, some people who are. Anita Sarkeesian is the founder of Feminist Frequency, a YouTube platform where she was speaking about sexist portrayal of women in video games. By doing so, she has been constant victim of vicious online attacks. And now we see that how the online attacks, we might just say it's just online, right? We just words, people are talking about it. But how does it mediate it outside? She was invited to speak in a university about this whole issue. Someone sent the university an anonymous email saying that if she speaks, they're going to blow up the university. The lecture was cancelled. Her lecture was cancelled because the university did not want to take chance, and they did not promise that, we can take care of you if something happens. Obviously, she had to pull out. This is Kanika Mishra, cartoonist from India, political cartoonist from India. She couldn't leave her house for 1 week because she received rape and death threats on her Facebook page. So this is the reality that we are talking about. This is not that goes around on Twitter and Facebook and most social media platforms. And what are we saying? Some of the conversations are like, hey, I didn't like that movie. You know what? Tom Cruise is just so bad in that XYZ thing. Or some sports person really did not play well. And this is the kind of attack that people actually receive. Now, why hate? Why hate was created looking at these attacks on women, and especially to do with their speech, like what they're saying and how they're saying. We wanted to do something about it. That's when Why Hate emerged, where we are specifically looking at tracking gender-based harassment on the internet. It maps harassment trends. It's also a virtual space to express about gender and tech. As Semya pointed out, that the whole design of technology, of social media platforms, is so it's so, I mean, pardon me to use the word, so male dominated, that we sort of, the design itself does not let women to kind of express themselves. And this is one thing that we want to do, and we are doing that. It's a space that women can come, express about what's happening in this whole side of the story. It's also a repository on digital security, especially to do with harassment. What happens if someone takes over your account? What do you do when you're getting some rape or death threats? What happens when there is this whole issue of revenge porn? I don't know if you guys are aware of. If that happens, how do you deal with it? This is exactly what we want to do. And also establish this whole norm that internet is a real space. What you're saying is actually targeted towards someone who's a real person. It's, yes, there's a screen between you and me, but there's a real person who's on the other side of the screen. And make the whole idea of internet harassment an unacceptable act. Because we're going to spend so much time, we already are spending so much time on internet, we don't realize that our whole life revolves sort of around internet. This is the map. India, way far away from there. It's probably now like midnight in India. So you see that's the time that we're talking about. And those spots that you're looking at, that's the spots of the victims. Let's say if you are in west of India, what sort of harassment you receive on social media platforms. That's exactly what we are trying to say. And these are the various categories of internet harassment that we say that you might be experiencing. This is again the replica of the website. Know your laws. If you want to go into law enforcement officials, because there are laws emerging specifically to do with hate speech on the internet. How do you tackle with it? What do you do? The other one is wall of shame. Now we can always debate about it, but it is our side of counter speech. You don't have to go to the cops to actually take on your hater. Can you do something creative about it? Can you actually send spams which are they say, hey, what, let's talk about this. So this is something that we want to try about that. Okay, let's tackle hate speech with sort of some positive messages. We're calling it wall of shame, but you can have nice things saying about it. This is our future, to understand this whole norms of internet communication. It's sort of, we are still kind of trying to evolve and see how we mediate in this space, but it's something that we want to do. Schools, future net users, I think it's an important part of this whole thing, that we want to say that how do you go about it, that if there are new kids who are on the internet, how do they become future responsible citizens? May take this whole puzzle. We want to work with them together because they are the ones who are creating the platforms. So they need to be involved and make sure that the users are safe. And finally, collaborate with human rights organizations to find solutions to this whole issue of online harassment. These are our partners, Take Back the Tech. People who are in this space, we're still new, but these guys are really amazing. You should just go check their work out. And I'm glad that they are our partners. And finally, this is me. If you want to reach me, please do so. That's my personal email ID. That's where I'm on Twitter, where I kind of fight a lot online. But yes, so thank you very much. Yeah, who is next? Podcast, Aditya.
Thank you everyone. Thank you for having us here. My name is Aditya from New Delhi, India, and my project is called Spotclass. Is anybody following the education technology scene anywhere in the world, especially the rural areas? Like, does anybody have any particular interests? The aim of the project is to increase reach and affordability of education in rural areas in India. Now, am I not audible? Should I be more loud?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. It would be hard, but I'll try my best. So yeah, I think when we talk about rural areas, the first three things that come to mind are these. I hope you all agree. We don't have electricity, we don't have internet, and we do not have good teachers, right? Especially when it comes to using technology for education. But I think in 2005, These are the problems of the past. In my opinion, this is the actual issue. Not every house has electricity, but that does not mean there is no electricity. Not every house has internet, but that does not mean they do not have internet. And of course, finding good teachers for all subjects in a particular area would always be difficult. Right? Excellent. So, we're going to take these issues as a blessing in disguise for Spot Class, and we're creating classrooms in rural areas. How does that really work? Is we're calling them plug-and-play classrooms. It's to take advantage of the resources available in those particular areas and convert them on a sort of narrow casting model. I'll come to that a bit later. And this is how the classrooms look like. It's exactly the space such as this, but scaled down significantly, maybe 1/10 of the space, which can hold up to, let's say, 10 students in a single batch with a screen and a computer. That goes for the physical space and connection. But there is a hook to it, and that's where the innovation comes. The Spot Class platform is connecting these classrooms together from different areas in a single resource pool. Now, how does that really work? Let's say in one of the areas we have a good mathematics teacher, and in some other we have a good physics teacher. If we can find a way to connect these two places together, maybe the resource can be shared. So we don't need to have teachers of all subjects at a single place physically present. And basically, the innovation is as simple as that, but the platform is doing that already. And yeah, so the idea right now with Spot Class is to create a significant resource pool down the line, so that whenever we have a new classroom setting up anywhere in the world, not only in India, we can immediately connect it to the resource pool and get it up and running in no time. I'm thinking about the possibility and the scalability of the model here. Using the same model, we are already doing some good work with the government and state authorities in India, which includes State Women Commission. This has more to do with women counseling and basic hygiene courses there. This is a very powerful NGO that operates out of India as well. We're doing a project with them. And of course, we have a very good project running in Madhya Pradesh, which is to connect all these Anganwadis. Is anybody aware of Anganwadi? It's a government-run facility that takes care of primary education for children in India. So we are interconnecting them through Spot Class. And I think involvement of state authorities and government is really important for such projects. And I hope you all agree. Yeah. Excellent. So we also have a collateral online platform which anybody can use. It's free for everyone. All teachers can register there and invite their students and start taking classes, whenever they feel like. We already have 247,000 invitations sent through the platform. 49,000 plus people have registered already. Of course, the next step would be to focus on the engagement model of the entire platform, which I think is a progressive effort, and I hope we crack that soon. Now, I'm going to talk about the actual possibility here. Let's say if we can, have a considerable pool together in that resource system. You think we can go beyond the classroom to the handheld devices? Maybe target a particular age group right in their handheld mobiles or phones. I mean, I hope you all are getting what I'm trying to say. Yeah. So that's pretty much it. And yeah, we hope to continue with this endeavor. Thank you so much. These are my details. So next will be. Yeah.
Okay, hey everybody. My name is Wala. I'm from Egypt, and it's very hard to present my project after these great projects colleagues, and it would be a little more tragic because the issue we're having now.
I want to introduce the inspiring of my project, which is called Zuhair Matash. She was a girl who died in 2013 because she went to a private clinic where her parents forced her to have something called FGM, or female genital mutilation. If anyone know about it here, it's kind of, for people who don't know, it's a kind of surgery which is done to young girls to remove some of their genital parts, because people in Egypt or some African countries believe that it will decrease her sexual desire to be more decent in her elderly life. So some of these things we are talking about here about sexual and reproductive health rights in Egypt, that one of the most important laws had been banned that action in 2008, but until that trial went to the law court, it has been to in 2000, after 7 years from that. So the law has been there were a lot of awareness and a lot of campaigns, but to go for a trial for something like that for the doctor or the parents, it took like 7 years to have the first trial about that. So what's going up there in Egypt, we have a lack of everything regarding sexual and reproductive health and rights. Like from 18 to 49 now living in Egypt has been exposed to FGM. And like 10 women married has just witnessed like spousal violence, either sexual or physical or oral violence from their husbands or maybe in their families. And like 2/3 of ever married women report at least barrier for accessing for health care. And like either lack of drugs like 54% or health provider 48%. And like however married women that they don't know how to deal with relatives who have HIV/AIDS. This is not all the statistics we have, because it will be a lot of statistics if we are going to provide them, but regarding youth health, sexuality, everything that a lot of people, like in the last EDHS, which is the Egyptian Demographic and Health Surveys, showed that we are having a lack of awareness about reproductive and sexual health rights. And like it's decreasing every day over every day. So that's why we are here. Our project mainly aims about educating people about their rights, telling people how to obtain their rights, what their rights about the sexual and health rights. Also, we are trying to advocate by delivering some message to the officials and the governments, stakeholders, NGOs, all of that, about these people who are having violations for their rights every day. And also, we are trying to connect all these people together, advocates, activists, and also survivors, people who has witnessed violations, and the government in one platform. So I guess every opinion will be displayed in a fair way. Also, we are trying to defend these rights, and we are having a research methodology how to collect some stories and collect numbers by qualitative either or quantitative research to obtain the real number of people who are violating out there. Actually, we started the implementation of this project, but we have some challenges that challenge us every day, like the internet access, because we are exposing to low or social media class, so they might not have that access to internet, which may be difficult for us to reach them. Some social norms and religions, because it's become a taboo to talk about sexual and reproductive rights in Egypt regarding to religion or the cultural background. The implementation of laws and governmental strategies, because sexual and reproductive health is not in the issue of priority for the government now. People say that, okay, we have a lot of things, political or other health issues, which are more important than talking about sexual rights and reproductive rights. Also, rights, concerns, and confidentiality. People maybe not trust you a lot to talk about their personal issues or sensitive issues, which they have been hiding for a long time before. The achievements till now, we have some online interaction. People are starting to interact online to ours, and they are gaining trust. People sometimes see personal or professional connections through the platform we are creating on Facebook, and they are trying to get more stories, or they are telling us a lot about their stories. Maybe the future about this project we are trying to implement, ensuring, okay, of course we have to ensure grants and sponsors, because it takes a lot of time to have that research and publication thing. Collaboration with volunteering and passionate workers, I guess this will make our sustainability and outreaching to reach a lot of people who are working there in the field, who are very in real contact with people or victims of violations. and also enlarging the platform to improve research tools and publication portals. Because in Egypt, it's hardly to find one local publication about any issues regarding sexual or reproductive health issues. So I guess I had a lot of benefit from SIDC about this project, like connections with other people or like cooperation with the participants that helped me a lot to view my project from another or other views. Also, the social change fairs and human rights and international law aspect that was implemented in this course, which gave me also a wider perspective of my project. This is my contact if you want to check the Facebook page of our project, and soon I guess we will have a website or online platform. That's it. Thank you. Yes, there will be a break now.
So you may have noticed that we are not going in order, so you're not losing it if you were following along. We just heard presentations 1, 4, 6, 11, 13, and 14. So any of those that are of particular interest to you that you'd like to find out more about, please go to the corresponding room. Again, there's signs posted noting the presentation number and what room the breakout session will be in. We'll do that until about 12:30, which is when we time to go to lunch. So we hope to see you back a little bit before 1 because we've got another featured speaker at that time. So go to breakout sessions and then have a nice lunch and we'll see you back. Thank you.
1:30.
Yes, 1:30 is when I can start, so 1:15 or so. Do that. Yeah, sorry.
So there imagine go to your room.
I'm not.
Yeah. No.
I'm offering people candy.
Okay. To bring. Nina, just Nina.
Ah, see? Just not gonna think of the name.
Yeah, most.
This will get enough rehearsals, so now we can really do this.
I think you did it great.
Start.
Let's skip more slides.
Yeah, let's skip things. Focus on the board.
Because when you got your message out there, you're done.
Yeah, exactly.
Sami was allergic. Some reaction. So we'll see how long that.
Huh?
Yeah.
Verkligen varit super. Jösses vad det har lyft sig under de här dagarna.
Jag är hela 3 tittare.
du har headphone.
to in Sweden, and then when she came to Nebraska, I was like, how can how did that link made between Sweden and the U.S. and looking at and understanding African Americans and immigrant groups in Sweden. But I'll turn to Lori and have her present her work.
Okay.
Her experience in Sweden. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to start with the video. I have 15 minutes, so we're going to move quickly.
There's a girl visiting her dreams. She stands in the middle of campus, stares at the sky and prays to God that accepts. There's a boy filling out his first college application. Doesn't know who he wants to ask for a recommendation. Doesn't know what he wants to major. Doesn't even know why he wants to go to college. There's a girl taking her ACT for the first time. She's scared.
I am something. Made a way, but my mama placed a brick wall and told me I can't do it. I won't make it. She said, you will be just like your sister. Translation, you will be just like me, just like us. Never finished high school, came close, but never could I finish. Ran a race, but never could I finish. Nobody cared to see me finish, but hey mama, I finished, I made it. No matter what she made me. There are days my mom won't let me comprehend history. Caved in on me all at once as if being a scholar is unattainable. I wonder if teachers really cared about their students and adults really believed we were the future, then how come we aren't taught to believe in ourselves? I just want to be brilliant. Be everything I can be and live up to my capabilities. The time is now. We can no longer sleep on success. We must come on our light bulbs and wake up. Wake up, wake up, raise up.
That's the DC Slam Team, the DC Youth Poetry Slam Team. The coach of the DC Slam Team is Jonathan Tucker. So Jonathan was my student at the University of Maryland. And when I moved to Nebraska, we stayed in touch. When I came to work at Lund University in Sweden, because I was a co-principal investigator on a grant at the Center for Middle Eastern Studies, I was still in contact with Jonathan. So through that relationship, I run an internship for a young man from Gaza, actually two who came from Gaza, and he hears about the program. At the time, it was the program in social innovation in the digital context, and he wants to apply to this program. So we talk about what the application would look like, and he said, I want to tell stories from Gaza. I want to represent the people of Gaza. I want to represent the notion of hope, because it's both resilient hope in Gaza and it's fragile hope. There's everything in between. And particularly from the Jabalia refugee camp, I want to tell stories. So I put him in contact with the coach of the DC Slam Team, and they came up with this idea to collect stories from Gaza. I'm not saying it right. I can't say it right. Somebody say Gaza the right way for me. Thank you. Yeah, my tongue doesn't count. But yeah, so thank you. To collect stories, to give the stories to poets, to have the poets do something with the stories, to possibly even have the poets who are from DC, several of them from marginalized urban communities in DC, to share stories back and forth. They came up with the title Hope Spoken Broken. Hope Spoken Broken. And so that's the way this project was born. Also, when he was working on his internship, his name is Osama Shomar, he was interested in learning about the Black Civil Rights Movement and comparing the Palestinian struggle with the Black American struggle, looking at it where it's comparable and where it's different. You know, so that's what the internship was about. And it was through that that I found out that he worked with hip hop artists in Gaza. And so that's how the idea was born, to put him in contact with a poet in Washington, D.C. So let me show you some of the stories that have been collected from the Hope Spoken Broken project.
and then some of the first attempts of the students and poets from Washington, D.C. to do something with that. So I was an advisor to the project. I'm going to leave time at the end for those of you who want to know what it was like being an advisor to a project, what lessons I learned and that sort of thing. Let me show you a little more about the project. The second part, yes.
يعني فئة الشباب معروفة كل يعني من مهتم الدولة فيهم، الوضع مش مهيئ نفسيا إن أنت تدرس في الجامعة. أنا عندك فيش اهتمام بفئة الشباب وعندك البطالة زايدة يعني شاب عمره 22 سنة تعتمد على أهلك. هذا ما ينفعش يعني إنك أنت تعتمد على أهلك، لازم أنت تعتمد على نفسك. يعني حسيت إن أنا لما بدرس في الجامعة راح أدرس على الفاضي. الحكومات اللي مرت على هالبلد ولا واحد موت يعني مش راح تصلح في البلد، يعني اسكندر ردتها أو غصب عنك. لانه في ناس راح تمنح انا تصلح امور معيشه الناس. لما انت تلاقي حالك شاب عمره 28 سنه او 22 سنه او 23 سنه او في 35 سنه ويكون هو مش عامل حاجه له هو نفسه، كيف بده يعمل للمجتمع؟ يعني كيف بده يفكر للمجتمع؟ فانت لازم تحل عنده مشكله، يعني لازم انت مثلا طالب مخلص دكتوراه ماجستير لازم هذا يشتغل، لازم تديه مجال انه يشتغل، لانه في ناس كثير بتروح ضحيه سياسه. يعني زي انا رايح ضحيه سياسه، لا حماس ولا فتح. العالم لا يحترم الا القوم، الضعيف بيحترموه.
So there's an example of how fragile hope can be. And Osama and Bashar, the two people working on this project, didn't want to censor the stories. They wanted to capture the range of hope. And here is now a Hope Spoken Broken segment about the resilience of hope.
Religión, dinero, droga, malversación, corrupción, tu pueblo llora, situación de discriminación mundial, donde quiera que vaya, lo han de matar, aunque pierdas un...
مناظر بالريشه انه بيرسم بيعبر للناس وريهم كيف وحشيه الاحتلال ومزاعيته والحصار اللي احنا عايشينه، رقم القدس ورقم الحصار انه اعتبار على الشعب منتقد وانه حابب يغير الوضع واللي عايشه، ورقم 5 فلسطين واحنا كيف سدنا بيوتنا والمفتاح لسه ضايل معلق في قلب فلسطين، وحط رقم في قدس الزيتون بدل على السلام انه حابب انه عم سلامه الانسان يرجع لبلده ولمكانه لموطنه الاصلي، ورغم انه يلاقي الشعب كله ما في شمس حق شمس انه يوما ما الا الحق يبين يعني، وانه في تغيير حيكون في العالم ويصبح كله في فضاء في نور ثلج يعني ان شاء الله، يعني مش حيضل شيء عالم حلمه انه كل شيء يتغير، حتى الاستهلاك الشائك بيسحبها بكل قوه عن فلسطين كلها. بالرغم انه في دم بنزل يعني من ايده، لكن احنا صابرين بقول لك صامت والشعب صامت.
So now this project has really taken off, although it's on hold for the moment. But it really took off because in addition to the work by the poets in DC, poets in Scandinavia became interested in the project. So that to take stories from Gaza, to have poets work with the stories, to have kids in Washington, D.C. learn and to take their poetry to give expression to what's going on in Gaza. I think what's really beautiful about this is a lot of things are coming together. There is the fact that an African-American woman ends up at Lund University. There's the fact that Lund University has these wonderful scholar activists like Moms and Jessica and Stefan and Kari. I mean, you have this going on at Lund University. there's the fact that I linked in Palestinian young man from Gaza to a Jewish American poet who's the coach of the DC Slam team. So let me show you some of the things they started to do with the Hope Spoken Broken mix of the information that they gained from that. And so now you're going to see Jonathan Tucker, who's the coach of the DC Slam team. And then after that, I'll show you what two of the members of the Slam team have done.
Ramallah and Rafah, say their names, say Palestine, say power, say occupation, diaspora, death in a refugee camp, life in a refugee camp, stuck in a refugee status for life, say war, Ummah, say soldier, home, go, back turned, say ethnic separation, wall of apartheid, what say you? 1,000 Mandelas in olive skin sit in prison today awaiting truth. Millions of Mandelas moved through the open-air prison that is Gaza awaiting reconciliation. But there is no truth in reconciliation with Israel. There's ghetto and get out. Jewish Gestapo under the guise of a nation state. There is guilt and greed, power and privilege and fear and fear and fear. My people are scared, paralyzed. Their hearts, minds, and hands, even their tongues, cannot say free.
So he's my student, so I call his students my grand students. So now you're gonna, and so I had the opportunity to take 4 students from the University of Nebraska, 4 students from Washington, D.C., who were Jonathan students, to Sweden, so they could do poetry, meet the Hope Spoken Broken team, and here is one of the outcomes.
We still gotta do something to this. We're gonna do some storytelling type of this.
They're in Malmö, Sweden.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
So like in the medical side now, we actually writing a metronome. It's called hip hop. It's called the shit you can't get with things you alone.
You know, and any human that knows the truth about the situation over in Israel and Palestine will know that you can't not feel compassion for the Palestinians, you know, because they're being oppressed and discriminated against, and they ain't do nothing to deserve it. Nobody does anything to deserve the type of suffering they're going through. You know, you learn about it, but it hits you in your heart. When I knew the truth about the whole struggle with the Palestinians, I connected with it immediately, you know, because I'm human. I'm very in touch with who I am, and that allows me to be very in touch with the world and other people. So when I see anybody, any individual or collective of people suffering the way that the Palestinians are, I want to help in any way I can.
A nation, over nation, nation, certification and placement, and action, only land in the wrong place. Some word fight liberation is raging. A lot of concept of love page. We live with a low check one day. Supported by other administration. Although the whole 16 full, this is like more in this state. Palestine be here, my say
Me personally, police officer, into like learning more about the Palestine struggle is because of the similarities I see that Palestinians have with African Americans and my culture in America. Of the segregation tactics that against like my people in America that are really close to. I see the same system working against Palestinians. And then it starts to, it's really brought in my perspective on systematic oppression way wider than it used to, because it expanded from just black people to the and Palestinians do the same system.
He's 17, but that's not a 17-year-old voice, is it? And yet he has an incredible voice. But so that's part of where the project is now. It's on hold as the creators of the project kind of deal with stuff of life to some extent. In advising the project, I had to do a lot of listening and not simply superimpose the experiences that I have with my history and the group that I come from upon Osama's and Bashar's, but to listen for opportunities for facilitation. And so that was one of the lessons I learned, being patient, being a listener, and also to avoid what Judith Butler refers to as quick universalisms. You're so quick to want to validate what goes on and says, but yeah, no, everyone has the right to this and everyone has the right to that. And yes, ideally, theoretically, we do, but then you don't respect the realities on the ground that people are struggling with. You're so quick to speak past that you don't listen and you don't learn. So I had to avoid quick universalisms. And I guess I'll end there, and if anyone, we have a couple of minutes for questions, want to ask me questions about this project, the floor is open.
I guess from the other end, did you receive any pushback from your colleagues or peers on the project you were working on, like either support or kind of discouragement on what you were doing?
Not in Sweden.
Okay.
But in Nebraska, yeah. But I had been doing this type of work in Nebraska before I went to Sweden. So in Nebraska, you do get pushback, and you have to be careful. People are sent to your classrooms to monitor and listen to what you're saying. But I also think there's a way in which African Americans in particular, we're monitored less because they're not surprised. I mean, is anyone surprised that Allende identifies with what's going on in Palestine with young Palestinians, especially young men? So, so I think there's also a way, not to say that I'm under the radar. I think there's a way in which people aren't surprised, and I think that you can bring a power through your experience to linking to someone else's, and then allowing them to tell their stories.
Yeah. For the teenage men that you had showed us, were they from Lincoln, or they were from the DC too?
They were from DC. The one sitting on the sofa beside them, he was from Lincoln.
Were they college students?
The ones from Lincoln, from the University of Nebraska, were from the University of Nebraska. The ones from DC were high school students. We kept teasing Eric, who was doing the speaking at the beginning, calling him a baby because he was 16 years old. So yes, we had a mixture of college and high school students. Yes. That was in March of 2014. That, you mean the last videos that you saw?
Yeah, I was wondering, you know, if a few years ago and what they're doing today, but I guess.
March of 2014. Yeah, they both now have graduated and gone on to college. Allende is at Morehouse. Eric went to Howard University, and they're looking to continue this work. And I'm looking to continue working with through Jonathan with the DC Youth Poetry Slam team. I'm applying for money to also bring Nebraska into the picture, because there are poets in Nebraska as well. To have a Midwest, DC, Sweden, Middle East thing going on.
It's not even a question, I just think like the comment, it is a very interesting link that you found that through marginalization and oppression, all of these people from these, you know, this crazy kind of square you just drew around the world, but they still all find that commonality of marginalization. I think it's just a eye-opening way to see how they can all kind of feel that together.
And they feel less powerless, you know, that they at least speak something. They may not be able to get the politicians to pay attention, but they speak something. They're not just sitting quietly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. So we keep kind of. Okay, hello everyone. Good afternoon. It's very difficult to talk after the lunch and also after a very powerful presentation by Dr. Dance. So I'm gonna try to show my project, what I'm going and what I'm doing. I'm Reza. I'm from Bangladesh. I'm working as an activist, but currently I have a position of my organization for Law, Life, Culture. I'm executive director over there. Here is my email address. So I'm happy to have email address as well after the discussion of during the time. So let's talk about briefly about the situation of Bangladesh at this stage. As you heard the name Bangladesh when it comes into the international media, or especially at the US, probably you heard lots of bad things and very poor situation of the labor, poor situation of the civil and political rights. Yes, that's true. At the same time, there are particular difficulties we are facing as an activist inside the Bangladesh. The successive governments are actually surveilling against the activists, and also there are no privacy protection within the country, not legally, not even morally, or not even in a norms basis. So there are laws and policies which are curtailing the right to privacy over the internet or even in the office. So as I say, that human rights defenders, bloggers, journalists are facing lots of difficulties, and my project actually starts from there. It's very, very interesting. We are supposed to defend for others, but now we have to defend ourselves. So my project starts from there. So my particular aim of my project is actually in fact to advocate for adaptation, strengthening and implementing the privacy rights regime inside the Bangladesh. And the second is to monitor and evaluate the nature, effectiveness, and the level of measures actually what governments has already taken place related to the privacy rights. So there are particular 3 or 4 methodology I am using currently at this moment for my project. First of all is like campaigning and advocacy. This is a very old and conventional method. Of course, most of them are actually old and conventional methods, but very relevant for us actually in such a repressive position actually government has. So second thing is capacity building for the human rights defenders, journalists, and bloggers. And the third thing is research, and we already published a 2 research report, but it's we disseminated through the over 1,000 email address. And the last one is the material development. That material development actually includes the reports, short leaflets, and also video documentaries. I'm just happy to share with you, just recently involved in making a film for Al Jazeera English. It's going to be on air in the next month, first week or second week of November. So if you drop your email address, I will be happy to share with you the current situation of the bloggers. As you heard, that last few months, almost 10 bloggers being hacked to death in Bangladesh. So yes, there are some pictures. These are mostly, all of the pictures are from one particular event at the university. There are largest crowd with most of the cases gathered at the university. So speakers are actually come from a variety of the fields, and also young activists, and also kind of evergreen civil society members also there. And project outcomes so far, research part and research cluster actually went very well, and we successfully kind of identified, including the national and international organizations who are helping to conduct the communication surveillance against the defenders, and so kind of nature and the situation we kind of identified inside the country, and oversight mechanism we also developed by some support from the national and international organizations, but not much outspokenly we can talk about that because of the particular situation inside the country. And we are documenting cases. So far, we almost have a connection with those critically injured to some extent, or also violated that their right to privacy rights or some sort of compromise their privacy rights. So we developed some sort of connection with those activities about it. So the future is, of course, there are a lot more attention need to be done. So these are the very common things actually. I don't want to go through it very details, but critical awareness needs to be developed and more capacity building and stakeholders things is very important. There are several rights actually violated, so always contested whether this right to privacy or this young bunch of people are working on the internet, whether there is a need to be support or not. We fully agree within our organizational policy that there is a lot more things to done. So with these positive notes, I think I will end up here. So I'm happy to have your discussion after my presentation or other fellow participants' presentation. So thank you very much for your patience, and I'd love to talk to you soon. Me again is Rania. It's full name, yeah, sorry.
So this is Rania. So hi, I'm Rania from Alexandria, Egypt. Okay, so I was wondering, do you know this guy? No. Who is this? Alexander the Great. Yes, Alexander the Great had a vision to build a very beautiful, good city called by his name, Alexandria. He did, and let's see what happened to this great city after 2 millennia. Can you see something wrong with this picture? What? The house is falling down. Okay, and that's it. Okay, there is 2 problems in this picture. First, that the distinctive architecture building is falling, and it replaces this concrete jungle building. So what happened is that Alexandria is using the heritage. We are using our image, our environment for this concrete jungle. So that's why we need the Mary Alexandria campaign. Alexandria in Arabic is Iskandaria. We use the word Mary in Arabic, but with some alternation, to say that this is the Mary city. So we call it Iskandaria Maria. So even this is 2,000 years ago. We use this for Alexandria for 2 millennia. So what we want the Merriman back. So let's see some numbers. This is the official numbers. This is not our work. This is the official numbers. Alexandria has 1,135 heritage protection sites. Sites, building, street, area, whatever. So we lost already 35 in past few years. This 35 are only registered. So we lost others not registered. So an example, this is called Aguillon Villa. This a man called Aguillon, he hired a French architecture to build his villa, new Baroque, new classical mode, and then died. And then another one bought the villa, and another owner, so on, until this happened. The current owner, for him, it's more profitable to sell it and to sell the land for more money to keep an old villa. So we are losing our heritage. So what we want to have social media-based campaign will focus on raising awareness about Alexandria. Social media campaign using Twitter, Facebook, website, everything. So we need to have an online presence. Our campaign started 2013, and we had some offline activities, and now we are moving online. So why we need online presence? Because we need to reach more people, to overcome the difficulties of offline activity, which is legal activities, illegal problem, to be help for all the parties, groups, activities interested in the life of the city. We want to preserve our heritage. Heritage is not building, it's way of life. We are using our way of life. So we have a website now. You can see up there, force link ideas bank. We are encouraging the community. Please, if you have any idea to fix any problem in Egypt, just submit it. And we will talk about it, we'll enhance it, we'll adopt it. Let's all engage in this. The website is online already, maryalexander.com, please visit it. And we are still building it, so every time you will find a new thing. So the content of the website is not by us, the team, it's by the community. So anyone has any valuable content about Alexandria, just put it. You will find here that there's articles about people and pictures by people who are not from Alexandria, but they love Alexandria. So why is this innovation? Do you know what happened in Egypt in 2011? We had a revolution. So people in the revolution were chanted freedom and social justice, human dignity. So what is human dignity? One of its human dignity aspects is to live in a dignified house, in a clean house. I have the right to be in a dignified, clean house. So let's take this big motto to our lives, to our day-to-day lives, and let's have the environmental human rights issues new to Egyptian interests. The youth in Egypt are more than 50%. So this is a segment we are talking. And we have mobile phones, 97 mobile phones. That's more than the population. So we have a lot of digital networks. These people will help us a lot. So what are we going to do in the future to sustain our campaign? Because we have a lot of problems, legal problems and human resource problems. So what we are going to do? We will work with other groups to double the effort. We are going to ongoing learning process like this one. Actually, small success to encourage more people to join us. Lawsuit to implement rain drainage. We are not only on the campaign focusing on the issue, we are facing all the problems in Alexandria. One of them is that we don't have rain drainage. So if we force the government to have a rain drainage, we will succeed. We'll have more success. We have success. People will encourage to come with us. So SIDC was very important to you because it's working. So now I know people. I learned a lot, and I got a lot of guidance from a lot of people. So thank you. I'll be in room 305, and if you have any problem, I'm happy to answer it. This is Mary Alexander info and my name, and thank you. So my friend Rahim Lakan.
Okay, so what is this? It works. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I will start with asking a question from you. What do you see in this image? Can I have some responses?
I see the word liar.
Spot on. And
I was going to say face.
you see a face, right? Now, if I ask everyone that whether this lady is right or that one, can you say that who's right? Not really, because we all think differently. And that's what I'm trying to achieve through my project. And the project is called Chiraga. Chiraga is an Urdu language word which means illumination. For example, at Christmas, you would have fairy lights. So in Pakistan, they would have small oil lamps. And through that, illumination happens, and it's called Chiraga. And this project is about digital storytelling. And through digital storytelling, we are promoting freedom of expression and embracing diversity in children. So what's the wicked problem? Every child wants to be a Superman or some superhero, right? If Wonder Woman maybe. And by around 11, 16 years, you enter into teenage, and you start a lack of confidence in many cases. And it is very evident in Pakistan. Why? The problem is rote learning in schools. So art, debate, all that happens, but that's for gifted students. It is not a usual practice. From where lack of autonomy of expression happens. And that can be leading to low self-confidence concept or complacency. Like in the keynote we heard that youth needs to say whether they influence the policymakers, that's something different, but they need to express their concerns. And through Chiraga, we are trying to do that. So what's our vision? We celebrate children's worldview, imagination, and ability to derive pleasure from simplicity, one digital story at a time. And that is done in a group, so they learn from each other and their ideas. So where's the innovation? Innovation is based on a ripple effect. So this is our core team, 6 young people with me who prepare different educators, volunteers, or youth organizations to conduct these workshops with us. So they would be part of the workshop, and they do a workshop with us with children and youth. And then they carry on this without us being there. So it's a ripple effect. And through that, we are trying to push a methodology for digital storytelling. So what's in the workshop? We started with a normal activity where students would, children would start a story. So one person would start a story, another person would continue it, then third person, and fourth person. And then through our feedback, we thought that this is a little intimidating for students at the start of the workshop. So we listened to children and we listened to the volunteers, and we changed it to reading stories. But the part was freedom of expression and diversity. And until unless you have content in the story about this, it would be reached, else it would not be. So we changed it a little bit. We started using visual illusions to demonstrate how we think differently. And it's a relative thought. Everybody has a right to express their opinion the way they want. Then this is a very interesting part, and that I learned from SIDC. It is a theory called appreciative living. I'm not going into detail, but the easiest thing is that you first look into your strengths and then see a problem and then try to solve that problem through your strength. And on basis of that, they choose the social issue, they write a story on this, and then we provide them with an image bank, which is free to use. So these are not copyrighted, right? So they align the images with the story. We provide them feedback on their stories, but they are very much open to negate us. So that's anything. And they record it and have fun with the story. And then they share the story, discuss the story, and this is the actual result that we want to see. We want young men and women confident like this girl and smiling like this girl. So these are some of the topics that they have expressed. So it can be social issues, it can be any concern, it can be a feeling, and it can be something related to diversity. For example, somebody was an adopted child, and the group made a story about how relatives can be a little brutal to that child. So it's a way to express their concerns, which is not available in the school. So this is what we have done today, and Mons has been very helpful in making me think that how I can make it forward. So more than 500 children in first year, about 40% girls. We want to reach to 50% girls and 3,000 children per year. we have a Facebook page, but we want to set up an interactive portal. So it is much ripple effect, and these were some sessions. Future actions. Changing workshop strategies based on our ongoing work. We also need to start getting consent to put these stories on our Facebook page. And last one is to develop a guide, which can be, available freely, and people can, experiment with it, give us suggestions, and all these things. So I would end with this. Stories can conquer fear. They can make the heart bigger. So we don't want that Superman or super kid, but we need the smiley Superman. These are my contact details, and I would love to hear from you and your ideas. Thank you. And we have another.
Hello everyone, I'm Najma. I am a feminist and I work on women's rights in Tunisia. What I work on is basically sexual rights and bodily rights. I am the head commission in Democratic Women, and I co-founded the first LGBT, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender association in Tunisia. And it was a first, it's been 2 years now. So, I will go fast as I only have 5 minutes. So, what my project is? Its name is Sexuality is Not a Taboo. And the idea is how to promote sexual and bodily rights in an environment such as Tunisia that is very specific on that, and I will tell you later on why. And since, as I said, I have only 5 minutes, I will answer 3 questions. Where, why, and how. Well, where? As I said, it's Tunisia. I hope, do you know, kind of heard of the revolution, maybe? Okay. Then, Tunisia became a republic 50 years ago, but since then we have been under dictatorship of Bourguiba, which is the first president in Tunisia, but they had very bad sides and some very good sides, such as he promoted education for all, women's rights, but he was still a dictator and did not allow any opposition, and it was political polarity. Then it got worse with the dictatorship under Ben Ali. We had corruption everywhere, the legal system was corrupted, and also the security forces. In 2011, there was a Tunisian revolution. People got basically fed up of all that bullshit. And we had the first election, the first free election in the history of our country, and a new constitution. The new constitution is basically what provided me today to do such a project, because before there were no freedom of speech. The new constitution promotes freedom of speech, the right to privacy, education, etc. Why do we need such a project in Tunisia? The need is to answer a need of sexual education. Only 6% of the boys and 3% of the girls say that they had all the information they have about sex in schools, which is very low. They also cannot talk about it to their family. None of them, actually, both gender, did say that they could openly speak about sexuality in their homes. We also need to raise awareness about sexual and reproductive rights, because only 20%, yes, and I'm saying 20% of youth in Tunisia use contraception, which is very low, and which will probably cause a lot of diseases, a lot of sexual diseases. What we want also is to advocate for human rights, because people are not aware that sexual rights and bodily rights are part of human rights. And this according to the Beijing Conference and also according to the Universal Convention on Sexual Rights. How are we going to do that? It's pretty much simple. We're going to use our thoughts by trying to find solutions rather than focusing on problems, because we have a lot of problems. Such a project, a platform that speaks openly about sex in Tunisia, will cause a lot of problems. It already is. And we don't want to focus on the fact that we might be censored by authorities or maybe be convicted by religious extremists, etc. We want to find solutions. And this by finding people that would work with us, people that believe in the project, people that are in this very specific Tunisian context that know how it is and how we could fight such patriarchy and such heteronormativity. We also want to diversify the stakeholders. Of course, we will need people from all areas, from sociology, psychology, etc. Oh, sorry, this is bad. We will also encourage subscribers to actively participate. I would also say that most of the people could subscribe anonymously, which will enhance the debates. Individuals feel much more comfortable when they don't put up their identities. You always have to have in mind that Tunisia is a very modern state, but at the same time, it's a very conservative society. The idea would be also to collect knowledge, because we don't have data in Tunisia. We don't have numbers about everything related to sexuality, especially for young people. We want to be this platform where people, regular people would visit, but also academics. And we also wanted to make it not only serious, but also fun. And we want to address sexuality in every part of it, as a right, as a part of our life, and also as part of art, of culture, etc. The release, we already have been doing some, there is already a propaganda against us now today, because after the release of the photos, we see that the media took part of, took the subject very seriously, which was not intended, was definitely not our intention. There is photos of same-sex couple kissing, and you can see that there is France 24, and also lots of other French media that covered this and saying that, well, different names, homosexuality in Tunisia, from them to debate, these are actually the good ones. But just to put things in context, these photos were released just after one young man, who actually his age is 22, was condemned to 1 year of jail because he was a homosexual. Yes, because in Tunisia the criminal code can penalize people for their homosexuality up to 3 years. And I could not end this presentation without thinking of this young man and all the others that are missing today in Tunisia because of their sexual orientation. I hope it did not do more than 5 minutes. Thank you very much. And all the questions, because I could go on for hours. So just ask me later whatever question you think you need, and thank you very much. So thank you, Najma. Hello everyone, and I'm Asya from Pakistan. Here's my project, Break the Silence, and you can see some of the rights, and the picture suggests that how people are able to exercise their rights in different ways. So the project is all about sexual and reproductive health and rights education in Pakistan, and especially for the young people. It's an online campaign or online education. Before I go to the what is the sexual and reproductive health and rights, let me ask from young people who are from the developed countries, are you able to exercise your rights? And the answer would be a yes. But if I ask the same question from the underdeveloped or developing countries, from young people from those countries, their answer will be a no, or at sometimes. So this is how the difference lies between the countries in terms of human rights. According to the UN Declaration of Human Rights, every person is authenticated, every person has a right to enjoy a full life with all the equal rights. That could be the right of liberty, protection, free from torture, violence. It could be food, protection, education, and even the health. So here are some of the rights that UN has actually listed down. And we want that every young people should have a good sexual and reproductive health. He or she has the ability to exercise her rights, irrespective of the region he or she is living in. Let's see so according to the population of Pakistan, Pakistan is the sixth most populous country in the world, and it has around a population of 188 million. This is a figure from 2013, the official figures from 2013, because we don't have the census yet. But now it's been to 200 million, and 51% of the population is male, where 49% are the female. According to the statistics, out of more than 50% of the people are young people that are below the age of 25. So this shows that there is a huge demographic of young people in the country. And if you further lay down this into 10 to 24 years old, 33% of the population is among 10 to 24 years old. So now there's a gap between the unaddressed needs of these young people. I have case studies to show you how the rights of young people are violated. Here's Ali, 12-year-old from Peshawar, and he asks his dad, what is sex? And dad has no answer. Even he asks for his mom, from the teachers or from his peers, there are no answers. Sabah is a girl from Rawalpindi who asks his mom that, why am I having periods? And mom has no answer because she's not able to discuss this issue with her. Another case study is Asim is 14-year-old from Hyderabad, and he asks his teacher within the school that why is my body changing as I'm growing up. Teacher has no answer. The questions are ignored. Teacher moves on to another topic. So this is how there is a gap on informational needs of young people in Pakistan, where parents, where the teachers, and the peers have no answers to these questions. Issues of sex, puberty, contraception, menstruation, all are unaddressed within the community of Pakistan, and of course they are considered the taboo subject. So the conservatism, the religious, social, and cultural practices within the country are posing an unaddressed needs of the young people. Some of them, the risky behaviors are shown here. The young people might lead them to drugs. They can lead them to unprotected sex, abuse, violence, rape, and all those cases. So what do we want to do? Actually, we have to answer this gap. If I say that I'll be changing the mindsets of people, this is going to happen within years. If I say that I'm going to change the landscape of Pakistan, if I say I'm going to change the cultural mindset of people, that's not possible within days. So what I'm going to create, what solution we are going to suggest is to create an online platform where these young people are able to find appropriate information within the context and within the religion of Pakistan. A need for US, information that is relevant to US for young people in this country might not be appropriate because of the cultural and social barriers within our country. So we need that these young people have accurate and customized information according to their needs. So this online platform, the solution that we are offering is that young people have an enabling environment and the needs are addressed. And once their needs are addressed, they are able to exercise their rights and get services appropriate according to their needs. This portal is mainly for the young people and also for their parents. The site is almost up for around a year, and it's been tremendous response by the young people. The site has a lot of things to offer. Some of these are resources, myths, animations, case studies, and then we have dictionary, help and advice that has a detailed list of which youth-friendly health centers are available. They have care providers able to give the information in a friendly and confidential way. So we have details, second research on yours.pk, and here am I. So if you have any questions further about, we can discuss in the later. Thank you. So over to Shra. And thank you once again.
Thanks, Marcus. I would like actually to thank the parents for your lecture today. I actually think you made my homework already, sharing stories about Palestinians and their struggle in Gaza. I had the chance to meet actually both Bashar and Osama last April, and the story that you listened to was part of what we are doing actually in this project. Our focus will be on mental health issues, and as my friend Rina talks about that perspective of the issue, we're talking about mental health. So this is Emma, and this is my brother Mahmoud. They were both held for 3 days until the level of their birthday back in 2008, with no food, with no shelter, with the body of their family all around them. She came out of this experience. She had like till now pieces of sharp nerve back in her head. She can't see properly. She has headaches all the time. She has nose bleeds. And her brother Mahmoud actually witnessed the killing of his own dad on the front of their house. So when he came out, the only thing he was thinking of was becoming a fighter, becoming a resistant, becoming part of anything, this atrocity that is happening on. So when we look at Palestinians from this perspective, we see that they either enclose in themselves, they either develop some kind of mental health issues, they develop post-traumatic stress cases. If we look at an example of the population of Gaza, more than 45% of the population are kids. And it was evident through research done by the UN, the UNICEF, that more than 500, this number is from the last war, are experiencing mental health issues that come in form of low grade at school, nightmares at night, waking up screaming, developing some sort of depression over the time. So we had the case of a 10 years old or 11 years old who've been through the war in 2008. After 3 years, we have the war on 2012, and then by 2004, he's been experiencing by the age of 15 or 16, 3 different wars, been through different kinds of traumas over the time. And why we are focusing on mental health? How one of you watched Good Hunting? I'm a big fan. It's like the last scene when Wayne was talking to Dr. Shane and he was like telling him, it's not your fault. How many of us like wanted someone to tell you, yeah, it's not your fault. What's happening on back there in the West Bank or in Gaza, right in the middle of the night, on your roadblock, inside your house, you're just living safe. Yeah, your parents were there, your entire family was there, your friends were killed, your teachers at school are killed, and it's not your fault. It's not your fault that somewhere else some kind of struggle is happening between like political parties and you were the victim of such atrocity. So why storytelling? Has to be said, our friends who went into the approach of using storytelling to narrate stories. I think we all sick and tired of having everyone else telling our stories since 1984. We've been in the news so long. Lots of books have written about us. It's 2015, and I think it's time for these kids. So looking at this picture, we have, okay, I'm standing in here. There's a journalist reporting to Al Jazeera or any some other places saying, okay, this is another number in the list. This is part of a family who's been 18 members of that family were killed on the spot that day, and this is that scar, and these are the 3 brothers crying. And every time you come in with your own story, right? With your own, so like what that kid is saying right now, what is he thinking? Is he thinking, okay, join the resistance and become a fighter? Am I gonna just drop school, drop education? As the kid, actually the young guy from the video was like saying, why should I go to school? Why should I have an education? I don't have hope. If I don't have anywhere else inside that small area of Gaza Strip to have a normal life, to be a normal thing. So this project actually is intended to be piloted in the West Bank. The challenges are very high. The use of digital storytelling or an online approach is actually to overcome these physical barriers of going to the West Bank or Gaza to collect these stories. We want actually to raise awareness in the community where the culture of shame and vulnerability is highly concentrated. If you say that I have a mental issue, that means you're radical, you're weirdo, are you mad? No one is thinking of you as the same person, like, okay, these are vulnerable kids. I am a technical person who sees vulnerability as an error, as something you need to hide, to cover, to correct. But through storytelling or through this project, we want to stand and say, no, it's fine to be vulnerable. It's fine to embrace your own story and show yourself. You have to be the one who's driving the change, because you are actually, after all this time, all these years, we're sick and tired of all these old people coming in and ruling our lives. They've been traumatized during the years, and they're the one who's shaping our future as well. So we want this generation to be self-aware, have the courage actually to stand up, to embrace their vulnerabilities, to disregard the culture of shame and say, yes, it's okay that I've been all through this, but I'm going to stand and lead our future. So we hope after a couple of next months to launch our website, and you can reach me out through this contact. And I have, I'm located in the last room to make more information. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I know you guys have had, tons of information thrown at you by a lot of my colleagues, but I'm sure, you can appreciate with me the good work that they are doing. I'll be the last one to close today's session. My presentation is the last one. And I'm going to talk about a project that I'm working on in Pakistan's context. My name is Usama, and I'm a social entrepreneur. I'm working on a project called Meri Taaleem, which loosely translates to My Education in English. It's basically an information, career counseling, and online admissions portal in Pakistan's context. So before we start, I just wanted to have a quick check. How many of you think that at some point when deciding your career, you made a bad career judgment? Wow. Even in the US, you have these cases, right? A few wrong decisions, and now you want to go back and change it, but somehow you can't. You're just tied up. And that's more problematic for this student living in a remote area of Banu in the KPK province in Pakistan, who does not even have access to the internet in most of the cases, or does not even go to a rich school, does not have a lot of community leaders around him that he can interact and learn from. So basically, this guy is not even exposed to anything that's going around in the world. So what does this do? He's just 17 years old. He has no resources. Let's just see what kind of problems he goes through when applying for admissions, when actually choosing a study field. So the problem is much bigger than we think. The first problem starts with which university should I choose? And even before that, you choose a university based on what career you want to go in. But you have no idea, because you are just about to graduate from high school, but have no idea what to do about it. and you need help and you're frustrated, but somehow you are unable to find that help. And then when you go on and apply through different application processes at many universities, I'm not sure about the US, but at least in Pakistan's case, you have to do a paper application for every university and every program that you're applying to that university. And that takes a lot of time. That's a waste of money, that's a waste of time. And it's, of course, still not answering the question where you should go. And the case is the same for the universities. So many times you will see a large queue forming outside the admission offices. And with the recent security threats increasing by the day, this, of course, can be a huge catastrophe, God forbid. But to avoid that, there is no solution. And then you will see this clerk, sitting in a dingy office with lots of files behind him, because that's how they store the students' data. And that's how it's running for years and years. What we are trying to do is something that's been already done, but in different and developed parts of the world. And even in the States, I would like to quote, you have this study with the USA and the Common App, which is kind of the same thing that we are trying to model in Pakistan's case. We, unfortunately, don't have any solution in Pakistan. There is only one called India. And this is supposed to be an information platform where they announce admissions and dates and, things are coming. But you will be surprised to know that most of the information they have is as old as a decade ago. So they haven't actually updated the website. What are the reasons behind it? You need to understand that. So in most of the cases in Pakistan, parents are the deciding factor for their children. They think that the student, that their kid should become this or that. In most of the cases, it's because of their prior experiences. So for example, if I'm a lawyer, I would want my kid to be a lawyer. If I'm a doctor, same case applies. And that's very much evident in Pakistan's case, because we have a very closed family structure where we have to respect our elders, especially our parents, and have to conform to their choices, even if we don't agree to them. And then we have this famous engineer versus doctor syndrome. So if you become an engineer or you become a doctor, only then you are considered worthy to go into the job market and make good money and make a good life for yourself. Any other career outside that, no, that cannot work. And then, of course, we don't have as much structured schools, as much faculty members being able to advise. Most of them are actually just educationists, and they would know a lot about education, but they wouldn't know anything about the current industry trends, job trends. What should you do, and things like that. In a Pakistan society, which is Islamic by nature, so as per our religion, females are supposed to go outside the home with their male counterparts. It can be either your father, your brother, your husband, but someone from the immediate family. And that's more apparent in the villages and the rural area, although in the urban areas, we still, the females in our country still enjoy much more freedom, than is probably highlighted on the media side. But that's where the largest population lives. So that's what we have to reach. And then we are actually using education as a business, which is becoming more and more rampant. And I know it's the case in the US, I know it's the case in the UK, and Pakistan is just no different. So we're just filling up classes, not knowing what to do. So just to quickly cover up what Meri Talim is about to do. It is catering for this number of universities. We have these registered higher education certified universities from the government side. We have more than 2,000 affiliated colleges to these universities, which means that you study at one of these campuses and get a degree of this university. And the market size is over at least 1.5 million university applicants. But just to give you a rough percentage, we are the 6th largest population. And this is not even the 10% of that population that comes out of the high schools that goes into the higher education. So one of the goals is actually also to increase the enrollment in the higher education, because we think better professionals, better country. What's our solution? We are working on this. So this is written in native Urdu, which is Pakistan's language. It says Meri Talim Mere Haathon Mein, which translates to my education in my own hands. So Meri Talim is all about empowering students and giving them the tools to actually do what they want to do. Our one-stop solution provides up-to-date information. It gives them access to career counseling, education, social networks. So even if you don't, or if you're not comfortable talking to the career counselors on our site or in our team, you can discuss between yourselves. We also provide an online admission service, so the students in the US can online without needing to go anywhere. And it's also a marketing platform for the lesser known universities that might have better programs. How does it work? So now consider Sher Ali being on Meri Taaleem. How does he get benefit? So he goes on and finds the relevant information. It's up to date, it's always kept up to date, and we're trying our best to cover as much information as possible. He gets the right guidance and counseling through live chat, through email, through phone call support. On-site costs nothing to him whatsoever. And then he goes on and applies online through the admission portal, which is fairly simple. He just, because we don't have an online payment, internet payment gateway system as yet, so what he does is he steps out of his home, goes to his neighborhood shop or and deposits the fee, because we're also introducing mobile payment, which is like working 24/7, so you don't need to work just in the bank hours. And that's how he does. That's how his life has become easy. What we do is we check if the fee has been deposited, because of course that's the prior step, and then we transfer the applications to the universities, and they already get a sorted list of the most eligible candidates, and then they select which candidate they should place where, and in that way admission to the career of the student's choice. So if you see, and if you look at it, we're not even being the middleman. We're just creating a platform where the students and the universities are able to get, just work together for the admission purposes. And now, surely, hopes to be a better profession. The benefits of that, the biggest benefit is the right to information. We as humans have a right to information, right to up-to-date information, I would say. And then we're also working on gender equality, so the females who are probably because of cultural or religious reasons unable to step out of their home are now able to compete at the same level with their male counterparts. And of course, we are providing it in a reliable fashion, in a convenient way, saving lots of time and money in the process. What's our goal? Just one-liner higher education for all. And I'll come to that later on. Where are we now? Yeah, I'll just end if just give me a few minutes. We have launched in May. We have profiled over 170 universities. We have 10,000 study programs. Now this is I was talking about engineering and medical. Now look at it. We have 17 fields available within the country that no one knew about, and now we do. So we are getting this much traffic on a monthly basis, and we have these many counseling services being provided on a daily basis. So that's the level of benefit that we have done. In future, we want to expand to become the Pakistan's educational hub. We are very soon going to focus on the study abroad because there's a large population that wants to go abroad for higher studies, but is unable to find information. This is a student in Karachi. He used Meri Taaleem and had these words to say about it. This is another student who was living in a remote village, and this is what she says about it. And it's not even just the students that we're helping. This is a deputy manager at Citizen Foundation, which manages a network of schools that creates, that graduates lots of students going to the universities. And even she says that Meri Taaleem has made her life easy. So that's how we're benefiting. As part of this program, we got connected to study in Sweden. So we hope that we might be able to work with them, because Sweden and Pakistan might be able to go into some sort of cultural exchange program where students from Pakistan can go to Sweden, and possibly students can go further as well. I'm open to explore the same opportunity with Westchester University if there is need for that. So I was talking about the right to information and right to higher education. This is what it looks like. This is a picture of me from yesterday. We were at the UNED headquarters in NYC, and they had this as one of their foremost rights that needs to be provided to every citizen of every country. And as you can see, they do say higher education shall be equally accessible to all on the basis of merit. That's what Meri Taaleem is geared towards. So in short, we think Meri Taaleem is unique, needed, and amazing. And we think there are endless possibilities to expand it to become the next educational hub for Pakistan. So with that, I will thank you, and I'm open to questions. And lastly, I would thank all of you for having us, allowing us to express our work, and we're open to questions. We will be in our respective rooms. Yes, that's correct. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, want to stay here for just a minute. We figured instead of having you do the breakouts and then come back here to hear us say bye, we figured that we would just kind of do a concluding all together thing right now. We do want to, we're still doing the breakouts, so please do go to the rooms to speak to the presenters. But we also have fresh coffee and hot water, as well as some desserts in 308. So feel free to help yourself to that. Bring them to the breakout rooms, talk to the presenters, hang out until 4. And I'm going to make any concluding remarks about the program. So I'll turn it over to you.
I would just like to, on behalf of Lund University and Lund University Internet Institute, thank you for bearing with us during this day and listening to this fantastic presentation by our participants. So thank you for all your smart questions and the interest that you have shown.
Please continue to ask questions in the rooms now and meet up with our presenters.
And I also want to thank you all for joining us, and thank Lund University for bringing your students and yourselves to visit us here in Philadelphia. And hopefully, maybe we can continue this again next year.
Yeah, Philadelphia, not New York. Philadelphia.
So please have some refreshments and go to the different breakout rooms and talk with the different presenters. Thank you.
Right?
What do you think? Should we pass them today? Should we pass them today? This was their explanation.
Yeah.
Sugar and caffeine to be had.
Lovely. Lovely. Yeah.